Well, I finally took mine off. I just wet myself down. So that was-
And unmuted, so I don't want to open the meeting.
You guys, and it's broke here.
I thought two very no, looked like maybe a couple.
There's a couple that drove in. Yeah.
It was exciting there for a little while.
Mhm.
All right, let's go ahead and open the hearing. We live?
We are
Then,
coming to you from here downtown Rockport.
And move. Yeah, it said, she'll be back. She'll be back. So it is Thursday, August 4th at 8:30, and we're convening a session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. We have a quorum. We have a quorum, okay, so we're open for hearings.
We missed you yesterday.
Yes, we did.
Who was secretary yesterday? They were. Even the time you're always the one who did your work. It took two of us.
If you just take a breath before you say something, which is what you're supposed to do, they've already jumped in. Oops.
We only had two anyways, so that was a big deal.
Yeah.
Wish that was today, I could use the time.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
My
we're gonna,
grandkids are coming, great grandkids, and mom off from Wisconsin.
And I've got
They're coming down.
So the parents and then 10-year-old.
Oh, gosh.
And we got fire meeting tonight. We got to reroute those.
The 5-year-old. They got such a bundle of energy, those kiddos. Huh? And
They always get a chance. They want to people and kids. He became friends with me. No, I just knew. Wow, what age?
That makes sense.
I gotta go shopping,
Food,
yeah. Sandwich snob,
Curbside order.
stuff I never had. Like, what did you say?
Curbside order.
I did that. I delivered on Saturday. I didn't.
Yeah.
I love that curbside.
Yeah.
No, I haven't delivered.
Well, it says that they deliver, but I haven't been able to.
I would verify it north of the bridge.
Huh?
I would verify
Yeah.
it north of the
I
bridge.
don't think we do that.
It costs $5.
Yeah.
Spend that, yeah.
Of course,
I
Tom
would.
loves to shop.
Load the car, unload the car, whatever.
I make a list, I always make a list, and then it's a lot, put up and I print the list out.
One thing I
Which
like.
he always
going
comes
for
back
is
with
the
more.
freeway.
Yeah.
Like it. And pick it.
That's a great service, definitely through the whole pandemic.
But the ones that pull the orders have been trained on how to get the right cuts and the right freshness of everything. They have been trained, they go to school.
Wow.
They don't just throw them in there and say, go.
So those kids are, most of them kids, whatever, I've seen what the carts.
Yeah.
I've been there, which is very
God, they have to be kids to move around as much as they
They
do.
do, yeah.
And they're timed, you know, on an order, they're timed, yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I'm very impressed with it. Whatever my list is, it says you can check, you can substitute or not.
Right.
Or on certain sides.
They'll text you. They text,
you
yeah.
and say that you're out of the substitute.
Yeah.
It seems like it's substitute to a larger size. In most cases I've seen, if they're out of the size you want, they'll go to the next size.
I'll remind you.
Same cost,
Same course.
same cost. Now, maybe they're not doing it anymore, but they were doing.
They've never messed up my order yet. Knock on wood. I've always got it.
Only thing we've noticed is they forgot one of our refrigerated bags.
Mm.
You see, they're not in the cart with your other stuff. They got a refrigerator section and a freezer section, so your bag goes in the refrigerator or the freezer, and they have to fill the bags. And they may have forgot it, but they made it right.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, so they don't, okay, so they go around and pick everything up,
And then
and then they sort it into.
your dry goods go into a basket with a number that's associated to your order. The cold stuff goes in the refrigerator, the frozen goes back
yeah.
into a freezer. They got their own freezer, refrigerator back there.
Wow.
They'd have to, though, you know, if you order ice cream, you know.
Vegetables too.
Yeah, anything that's cold. They do a great job, honestly.
They do.
Not as me for
They're-
You say like between 8:30 and 9:30. They're 8:30.
Yeah,
And then they text you your driver's on the way.
Right.
In order to deliver it.
And it's only a $5 charge?
Hmm?
$5 charge?
Some days it's different, some days it's nothing.
some days
Really?
it's free. It's probably like the curbside, you know, if you get it, because there's certain days, you know, if you get it that same day, it's a charge. If it's the next day, it's free.
Home delivery, almost always a charge. Sometimes there isn't, but then there's a place to put in what you're not tipping is. I would do the tip, so.
Yeah,
No, they do good job.
they say, yeah, we always try to tip them, you know.
Even it's on the, for pickup,
Yeah, for
when you do your order, there's a place on there, when you check out,
You can tip them.
it'll say, you know, tips, and it'll say 5%, 10%, whatever, then it'll say usual tip. Usually, I think it's 10%.
I always.
It's well worth it.
I'll tell you what, I paid $20 for that.
I'll do it too.
Sure.
Oh,
But the other thing that's neat about it, it's already packaged, like, you know, stuff that's going in my freezer is always in one bag.
Right.
You know, so.
My wife has been going to the dollar store a lot,
Yeah.
on Market Street. It's amazing how much stuff they have there.
I gotta go to one of them, there's one on Market Street and one on 35.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Really big, cool stuff.
Yeah.
My wife goes there at least once a day. You know?
I've never been in one.
They got it. I mean, yeah, sometimes it may be in the middle of the hour, but they got it.
She came home yesterday and they had a pair of shorts, you know, shorts.
yeah, sure.
Material.
Yeah. Which I'd only been in there probably 3 or 4 times before, and I didn't even notice they had clothing.
I didn't know.
Oh,
So,
Probably all the ones in here, what is it, Dollar General, and what's the other one?
Family
Dollar
Dollar.
Tree. Or Family Dollar?
They have a Dollar Tree in Tyrone.
And the one going up.
Well, and then there's one in
Dollar
and
General,
the path.
but I think Dollar General owns them Dollar
We have one of those.
in Dollar Tree.
Yeah, it's on Market Street.
We used to have a Family Dollar where Google,
Yeah, but it moved to Market Street.
Didn't that's right, they built
Yeah.
our building.
And they moved, yeah.
At one time, Dollar General had bought them out. I don't know what the status is now. 'Cause you go to Tivoli and you've got a Dollar General and you've got a Family Dollar in the same building.
Really?
Yeah, there's like this imaginary line
Yeah.
down the middle of the
Right.
building.
Uh-huh.
There's Dollar Tree.
Everything is a dollar and it's.
Right?
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We call the Dollar
Pizza Hut,
General,
Taco Bell, KFC's and.
the Dollar General in Fulton, we call it the Walmart. Fulton.
Oh, Long John Silver just
Walmart.
did, yeah.
They have food.
And then I went to
They
work
do,
in,
they have milk, they have eggs, they have ice cream,
Frozen
they-
of course,
stuff.
there's gonna be AW root beer.
Mhm.
they've got chips and things like that.
With that?
There's a Kentucky Fried Chicken with A&W root beer with it.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
I love it, root beer.
Well, it's all- it's all
Down on
moving
Saratoga.
around down.
So like it's an AW stand type thing, or?
Mhm.
Yeah.
'Cause I haven't seen one of those since I lived in Austin.
Yeah. It's on Saratoga and Staples. Just right off of Staples.
Huh.
Yeah, because my dad used to love root beer and we had to find it.
Oh,
We would always go down in San Antonio and Broadway to the pig stand and just north of it was the Black Cow. And that's where you got the root beer floats and all that. It was really good.
And years ago, I mean, when I moved from New York, this is like 1970, 71, I don't know if they're still there, but Borden's had a place in Houston, in downtown Houston. And yeah, and they had a little, you know, soda stand type thing inside. We used to go in there and get shakes and stuff like that.
They used to have a dairy in Corpus Christi when I first moved here. I think it was on the airs, and I think it was Borden's, if I'm not mistaken.
Man,
That was in the.
Remember the
80s.
days when they used to deliver milk?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had the milk case or milk
Yeah.
thing on the cardboard.
cardboard steel.
All right.
And the glass bottle.
Glass bottle, always kept that milk so much colder.
You were the postman back then?
Yeah.
There was a dairy outside of San Antonio, Paradise, I think it was called, that had, even when I first moved here in San Antonio, you could get the glass bottles.
It's out of Pleasanton.
Yes, was it Paradise or Honey? Milk and
I
Honey.
think of,
Because it was a Bible quote that they
Yes.
did it by,
Hmm.
and it was all Jersey. So the cream on, I mean, even their homogenized it.
between Pleasanton and Floresville on 97.
Yes, and they had an ice cream place there, so you could get your ice cream. It was good.
Yeah, it's like it wasn't like the- in Jersey, Obama was a single operation. They had their signature drink was called awful.
Awful.
You know, remember football games. And kids, but then they had contests to see who could drink like the most awful.
Oh, my God.
Basically, big milkshake. They're kind of like Dairy Queen. That place was there for years.
Those days are
Going
gone.
down for long kids.
My brother-in-law used to buy milk, of course, in the carton that comes down, and then would have a big gallon jug. And they pour the milk in there because he liked milk from a glass container. He said it kept it much colder. And his wife would do that, and I'm like,
That was back in those days.
Yeah, back in those days. I can remember churning butter on my grandmother's front porch. Yeah, making butter,
By hand? Oh, my goodness.
hand crank.
Yeah.
I had an uncle who was blind, and that was his job. And then I was a little kid, you know, he'd give me a chance, a turn to do it, you know. He would always give it to me when it was at the end.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, those days are gone.
Think back, I think I had a cell phone.
Yeah, oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Life has been different.
Technical issue.
We have a one.
Okay, 1746 is the case ID 35422. For what it's worth,
That proved 30.
the case was.
On page 3.
Is it not in order of?
No, the thing is. Yeah, the first page has got the same one 3 times.
Yeah, there's a UDI.
Oh, okay.
Undivided. So it's one account, but it's gonna show on there multiple times.
That means it's. an-
I know, I don't like.
Okay, we're 1746 is on page 3. UTI.
Yeah, great. Well, I think the D. Yeah. I'll stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, technically, you didn't bring it up, so somebody
Oh.
did. Thank you.
It's, what is it, 35422? You got it.
I got it. Got it.
Are they coming in?
They're here.
Yeah, you ready?
Live. Sure.
Who's doing, I'm not. Who's doing
How am I doing?
it? No.
Oh, come on, you do good. Yeah.
You don't hear those, right?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, let's get our stuff together here. So I see Christopher.
Yes, sir.
Chris. Okay, if I call you that?
You call it whatever you want.
Just give you the money.
All right, I have some administrative stuff to run through, and we're also waiting for the district representative to.
He's on his way, go ahead and get started.
Okay. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1746, account number 35422, 1130 East Linden. In Rockport.
Oh, that,
You can't, right?
do you care? Would you prefer somebody else? No?
Most people say.
Most,
You're right.
You either give up all of it entirely, or
but for the record, I did.
okay, this hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's in the protest.
On market and equity and.
Okay. Okay, market value and equity value. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. So the 5 of us around the table here on the ARB. Ray Presley at the end of the table is the representative from the district, and we have that. And, Jack. Sorry.
Whatever her name is back there.
Yeah. In the back there helping with the technology. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. And the survey may be completed using the survey form, which is probably on the table somewhere. Yeah.
There you go.
Also, a copy of that form is in the determination package you'll receive in the mail, which documents the result of the hearing. Or you can take it online, and information about how to do that is included at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision. And appeal information is also included in that package that will be mailed to you to document the results of the hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And I saw people throwing around gaining evidence and so on. So I assume you have provided or submitted all the evidence you're going to reference.
Yes.
Hearing. Excellent. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Rager, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I have not been doing someone swear that I have communicated with another person, violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this time, and Beth will help you do that.
So the two papers that are right there?
Yep.
You just want to read the statement that starts with I do out loud, please, and state your name.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the company I shall present the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is correct.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I request to be solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true. Hey, how come there's two documents? How come there's two scans, but it's the same document?
It's gonna take, to have be two.
So it was just the size.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what she told us when she handed it back to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I
probably.
just wanted to make sure that, when they wanted to back one,
Probably
One
it's
document.
not two different things. It's one document, two files.
right.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of stuff in there that's.
Better to have it than not.
Yes, sir.
I need to ask, if either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board?
Do not.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave here. Underneath all your stuff, which you conveniently hidden There you go. Is the hearing procedure time? Yes. So that shows how we're gonna run the hearing today. And it's broken into two columns. One is if you present first, the other is if the appraisal district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who presents first, but you get to make the choice of whether you would like to present first or you'd like the district to go first.
I'm different. I'll start.
We have 5 minutes to start.
Are you ready? Okay.
You'll have some more minutes later on.
No problem. It'll be pretty simple. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time this morning. We did come get the Aransas County's evidence here, kind of had a chance to review that. Basically, the foundation for our protest here is that we had an independent appraisal done for our bank's purposes done on December 9th, 7th, I think 7th, and it was done on the 9th. So for the tax year 2021, we had an independent appraisal done. Again, the bank actually did. And so we have that appraisal report that we have submitted to you guys. So that's, in my opinion, the timing is probably very accurate because we're talking about December of 2021. So it's the most accurate timing for the tax year. And I believe it's a very independent source. We had no reason for it to want to be overly high. We had no reason for it to want to be low. We just needed a number. And that really the bank just needed a number. So that is what we have submitted to you guys here. Came up with a value of 924. And we feel like that's probably accurate. This is an older house, as you can tell, it's built 1965. Probably very difficult to find any comps that are specifically to its nature. We recognize that it's probably not the easiest thing to come up with. Using traditional methods, come up with something that a lot of different things that will line up to it. This is we kind of took it over from some folks who kind of let it go, and we basically had to bring it back up to what we consider standards. We've had to do a lot just to get it to code, but that's kind of about the extent of it. There were obviously a few upgrades along the way, but mostly because it was newer, not just nothing much more than that. So the only other thing added was a garage. That's a newest structure on the property, but it's simply that it's a garage. So that's the bottom right workshop there. There you
They
go.
call it the garage and workshop.
Yeah, the workshop there. So that's what's been added. Bottom right corner here is what's been added. It is our homestead. It's our only home we own, and so that's kind of about the extent of what I would like to present to the board for our evidence is appraisal stating the value of the property.
That was the maximum amount that the bank would loan on that house.
Well, about the maximum value they use to determine loan for that.
Was that the value before you built
That was after.
That was after.
drawing?
This map,
Yes, ma'am. So last year,
Instructions.
yes, ma'am. Last year, it was appraised at 600,000. We agreed with the appraisal district on that value the year before. And then we brought it up to code and added the structure. And then the 924 was the value of the finished product.
And that included bringing the electrical boxes that were the old fire hazards, replacing those, the broken plumbing line from the house to the street that was just flowing into the yard and sewer line, bringing all those up to code.
Okay, you have got the timer on, but you can go ahead and anything else you want to add.
I think we'll probably chime back in after the
Sure, you have more time.
Okay.
This is a good appraisal. You know, my job here is to critique somebody else's work, and sometimes it's my job to say this is terrible. Sometimes it is. Is this a refi appraisal?
Well, that's how they had to do it because we didn't have a loan initially. So we basically,
Yeah,
we bought the house,
yeah.
put the money into the house,
Yeah.
and then to pull cash, to get our money back,
Uh-huh.
we had to do a refi, how it had to be
You
classified.
know, sometimes refi appraisals are some of the worst ones out there, sometimes, and sometimes they're terrible. This one's not. This is a very good appraisal. And then sometimes for houses like this that are worth a large amount of money, it's kind of a weird thing, but sometimes the people don't actually need the money. So they, like say they need $1 million, but they have $800,000. And so what they're really doing is getting a very small loan. And so sometimes those appraisals are very weird. Because I hate to say it, but the appraiser finds that out and doesn't do the full scope of the work. Because he's like, these people they're not actually gonna get the loan. So they just, and none of that's here. This guy did, this is excellent. I would agree with y'all. This is a $924,000 value. There's no doubt about it. His appraisal is better than ours. In the sense that he got to go in your house.
Yeah.
So again, my job is to like find out if the guy did his work, and this guy did his work because he didn't say your house is worth $700,000. If he would have done that, then we would have had to battle.
Yeah.
But he didn't do that. This is very realistic. So again, all that to say, I agree, 924. There's no reason that the review board should not go to 924.
You can handle
I
it.
agree.
So we can cut to the chase, if you're willing to do 94.
I want to drag this out 30 more minutes. don't I? Oh, y'all
I
okay with that?
have a question. When did you vote this?
Well, we tried to homestead it the first in 2020, but we were a month late because we had our previous house and they denied our homestead.
Oh, man.
So it'll go
So
into effect.
it'll go into effect this year, even though it was because we were a month late. And if you look in the appraisal, there's just a denial where we were a month after the deadline.
We did, we lived at the country club until June of last year, so the timing of it just didn't work out. So we're in for next year.
Good.
Hopefully if they.
It's the only one we got now.
Yeah, there's not that it was.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
We're on agreement then, motion on case ID 2022-1746. Count 35432, which is 1130 East Lemon Street, Northport. The ARB is going to lower the value on the property based on the village property owner and agreement with the district. And so we're going to lower the assessed noted value of $1,040,000 number $40,000 to $924,000.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there you go, your number.
Okay. What did I make here? Take our survey.
All right.
Okay. Thank you all, appreciate it.
The only thing we track are pens and.
I think I got mine. Thank you all, appreciate it.
You're quite welcome.
What is this? Can I ask what this is?
This is the old,
I'll show you on the picture.
this is on Linden. It's a pretty neat house.
Very.
I don't know where.
It's about right now. We can't talk about it.
Okay, I know where it is now. I've been by it now.
There it is right there.
Okay. I know where it is. I've been
Now,
by
these
there.
are plans, these are off the phone.
Linden, so your zoom out, Jack, and show them where HEB is.
Oh, okay, show me where it is.
Yeah, get a starting point.
Yeah.
That's
HEB. Okay,
AGB's here.
and I've driven by there by mistake, you know. Okay,
There
it's ready.
used to be, employer.
It did, yes.
Is that it?
Yes, that's
Yes,
it.
that's the one.
That's the
Yeah.
one.
That's
Yeah.
a neat.
I've been
I do have a letter. Y'all want to give me a minute? I'm gonna scan it in and get it ready.
Sure.
Okay. I remember that wounded warrior
Mhm.
place, but I took the wrong turn one day and I thought, where does this street go? And it really is, yeah.
Yeah, they have a bunch of buildings in the back too, that are all, it's kind of spread out.
Mm-hmm.
That wounded warrior was the whole property, including 64, wasn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember it was a big problem.
Yeah, you remember Jerry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He lives here. Yeah, he lives
Oh,
right
okay.
here.
Went on,
Smollett, yeah, his house is here.
Well,
I went on a trip, a tour with him and his family, his wife.
And then there's those apartments they just redid on Live Oak.
yeah,
Yes.
And there's like Tiger Field.
Yep.
yeah.
The apartments.
Well, when I
they-
saw it, I thought, that's the place.
Oh, no, they come in, I think they found 3 nails a day and then. Really? It doesn't seem like a whole lot after.
That was.
No, I think these right here, you're talking about these?
Yeah.
I think they're renting.
Are they?
I wanna say, yeah, I think it's
They
open.
went to 60.
Yeah,
Right, knock it off.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I drive down Pearl sometimes to go out. Just take a different route because I get bored sometimes. And then I'm like, oh, I wonder where this street goes to. Oh, there it is. It's at ours. When I first moved here, I used to get so lost when I drove in Corpus Christi.
Oh, it's a Corpus.
Oh, God, it's just like, where am I? And then I saw Brownsville Road or something.
Mhm.
My daughter was with me. Oh my gosh, we're going to Mexico.
Yeah, right.
On the turn somewhere.
Morning.
yeah. We have a letter, that's, yeah, we're done. We're done for the morning, I believe.
To be read the whole morning.
Good morning.
No, I'm sorry, just this, oh, I don't need to be in here for this.
Tell them.
Okay, I will.
Letters, we get letters. What was that show from? We get lots of lots of letters.
Oh.
Was it Dinah? Dinah Shore? Dinah Shore, something like that. That's
I can hear it in my head.
I know.
I'm reading.
Be thinking about that all night.
You know, this has got to end soon because I'm reading, I'm memorizing this in my head. I'm saying case number, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh, this has got to end.
Do we know how much longer?
Yes, let's see, today is the 4th.
Yes.
It's Thursday. You have, you look,
Now, don't tease us, Ray.
I
Mike. Mike.
you have 2 weeks. You have the, all the way through, not next Thursday, but for Thursday after that.
Cool. So 2 weeks. from today.
2 weeks from today.
What will we do?
Then you'll meet quarterly. You'll meet,
Oh, we do meet.
you meet at least once quarterly. And,
Tie up loose ends and stuff.
well, there'll be people that will do late start that for sure. Yeah. They'll, I mean, you'll have 25, you have to consider, it just happens. Yeah, it's quarterly, and you'll look forward to the quarterlies, and you'll be like, oh, this is. Compared to everything else.
Yeah. This isn't really too bad.
Enjoy the heck out of it.
Good.
I thought it was gonna be.
We get a lot of people like this. It's rare that we do.
Yeah, they go.
There'd have been one or two.
You all.
Oh, yeah. Got another. Yeah.
Is it under letter?
It is, it's on the tablet under grant.
Property ID 63636. Which is a letter received on. Date is a stamp and they dropped it off.
I think they came in yesterday.
The date says August 3rd on it, yeah, on the letter.
Okay, so like I said, August 3rd.
And it's from Kate and Bradley Grant at 1325 Baldwin Lane. Rockport, dear Code Review Board, we are writing you in regards to the recent increase in the taxable value of our home. We moved to Rockport recently for a career change as we begin our new family. We bought 1335 Bouldering Lane in 2021 to begin our family journey, and in shock at a substantial increase of our home's appraised value for 2020, increasing 122.27%. This is our homestead, and we are worried about future payments that will financially burden us at this new value. Since owning 1335 Bouldering, we have not made any major improvements to our home or property. In regards to our location here in Rockport, we live on a gravel road with no major city infrastructure. We live on well water and are surrounded by local RV parks. Given this proximity to several trailer parks and only having 2 neighbors plus no major infrastructure changes, we are curious as to why such a drastic increase in given our value. We are sincerely worried about the financial burden that will weigh on our family due to this drastic increase. We would love this opportunity to be heard, and we can send pictures of Bouldering and our home on the platform. This letter is late, and we apologize. We have no major life changes between 2021 and 2022. Brian married, career changes, moving from. We appreciate your time and hope you consider our case. We did file a homestead last month. Thank you, Kate, for that grant. For talking to me.
The district does not believe this is just cause. It's not.
I agree.
No excuse here.
I mean, if we got married. We're certainly late, that's important.
I think we do.
I think we need.
Okay, I'll make a motion on property ID 63636, which is 1335 Baldwin Lane, Rockport. The appraisal review board has reviewed the letter, essential. Good cause for late hearing, so I deny the request for hearing.
A second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we can wrap that up.
We got potential 10 o'clocks.
Okay.
Yeah, we just do this.
Live buddy.
Everybody pretty much took it remotely. So what do we do when they did the protest? Nobody has time to do it again. So what do they mean? If they show up, they show up. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ah.
Yeah.
You can use it, it sounds like.
It's been a cold shower, you know.
I did, and then I couldn't sleep. It was about
Yeah.
3 o'clock for it.
Yeah, it's all other journal.
Yeah.
Trying to think of. Finally ended up getting this. For some reason, George Clooney popped into my head. I have no idea why. I couldn't think of it. I knew I was trying to remember, but I couldn't think of his name. I was thinking, wait for it. I don't care. Why is it bothering me? No, I'll go.
You must be
Back,
thinking about movies.
maybe, and I go, oh, George. I got it. Weird things like that.
It's crazy how our minds just do that to us. You wake up and sometimes you get these dreams and it's people from your past and you go, whoa,
I watched a really good movie on this Netflix.
will kill me. I like.
It's called August, and I can't remember the name.
Us.
Meryl Streep.
Meryl.
It is.
Yeah, I saw it.
Meryl Streep.
Oh, I can see.
And Julie Roberts.
Julie Roberts.
So Meryl Streep.
Was it made for Netflix or was it a regular?
Was on Netflix.
I know, but was it?
Yes, because they were both up for Academy Awards. Both Julie Roberts and Meryl Streep. I don't know how old the movie is. But
It's,
and I don't know if they won or not.
they didn't.
They didn't. I mean, her performance was like, oh, I couldn't believe it.
She is great.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I did see that movie. It was really good, really. It's a family.
Yeah, whole family is saga.
Yeah.
All.
Right.
Particularly her.
Right.
She's like hacked out. She could change personalities and her expressions.
August in Osgate or something. Yeah,
It's in Oklahoma. It's a
yeah.
desolate property out in. You know, just a whole family saga.
Promise, land and dairy.
Yes, that was it.
Both got it.
Yeah, I saw that movie. It was great. And I didn't know.
Last I looked it up, and it had been so.
She did a great
Yeah,
job.
I hadn't been there in years, but you can
As,
go there and, you know, you get the
Mom and
first
Dad.
samples on
Did
girls.
you see that?
But they have
Iron
to
Lady.
let-
Yeah,
She was in
And
Iron
they
Lady.
were not around, and
She won an Academy Award.
with that cardboard.
yeah, she did, and they were selling them at HEB.
They were, yeah.
For years,
I-
they.
I haven't.
The
paid
talk
attention.
on milk was.
Oh.
That always sold out.
Oh, yeah, Robert Redford.
I haven't paid attention much there anymore.
I don't know if she did. I know she won for,
I have to look.
No, I looked it up and they had changed
Justin
hands.
Hoffman, child custody. What was it called? Something versus something. I don't remember. She was one. And Sophie's Choice. She's won several Academy Awards. Yeah.
A lot of this was, they made her really old, but she's really old anyway. I don't know how old the movie was, but.
They made
She
her.
did her 50, 60.
Oh, she did her
Wow,
60s.
it's probably the seventies.
No, not her 70.
They made her look like an old girl, which she was. And she had to wear wigs sometime. I'm telling you, it was. I really wanted to go to bed. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna sit watching this.
Yeah.
Sleep. So, but
She's 73.
I'm gonna say she was.
She is 7. Kramer versus Kramer. That's
Oh,
when she started Dustin Hoffman was fighting with the custody of the shit. Boy, was that a teaser. Oh my gosh.
You know, I saw it, but I can't remember.
Yeah, that's when she first started out.
She made me a Mamma Mia because I didn't realize she had a singing.
Oh,
voice.
I was too. I mean, that was such a great, it was fun.
I've seen that musical and, you know, live.
Yeah.
and watched the movie.
Let's see.
Let's see, she has won. Look at me award. 17.
You guys were asking about the wrapping up hearings and so on, and
The what?
wrapping up the hearings.
Oh, I see.
And,
We just wondered how much longer we were gonna have.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
so the tax code does say we have to meet at least once quarterly.
Mhm.
And I forget, I know we had a session in October last year.
I think we had a couple, because I think there was some.
Yeah. Yeah, so the ones kind of sweeping up the remainders, will generally, well, they will be 25D type hearings. I didn't even do what you say. And I know we had, one or two sessions we are in October, as I recall, and then another one in the latter part of December, you know, before Christmas. And,
So yeah, because it was, let's see, December, November, October, so sometime between October and.
And the end of the year. yeah,
And not, do we have to have one this quarter, or is this considered?
I think this is considered, yeah, and in addition to any 25D type hearings, protest hearings, there's also, chief appraiser motions and stuff like that he has to do at least once a quarter.
I think we tried to do them like a quarterly meeting, so we could advance.
Yeah, all of our minutes need to be approved and caught up on and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
You wrap up.
Yeah.
It's not a problem.
And we'll see what happens. I assume the three of you are gonna be back.
God willing.
Okay.
I won't be here.
We'll see what I'll have to-
About the next year.
I'll have a discussion with you.
I'll give Janet a phone.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I enjoyed that.
You won't be back.
Yeah, but after, and she come back after a year. though. Okay, so we'll go.
We all will be
Older.
Yeah,
Older.
and I don't know if it'll, you know, there's two challenges with constituting or reconstituting the ARB, and that now the judge is involved.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that, but go ahead.
Yeah, and hopefully does it a little more timely than she did last year, but even having said that,
Oh, it was COVID too.
last year was,
Yeah, because
2021 wasn't, wasn't
she
bad.
interviewed me on the phone.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know if she did this, because she said because of COVID or,
She was doing it on phone.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. she was-
Rather than dragging
And she had just gotten the information from.
I don't even remember.
Really?
Yeah.
That was real quick.
She asked me questions like, would you have a problem saying no to someone? Then I told her, my past experience as a realtor and also, a city council member, you have to say no a lot of times, And I think, so that was one of the questions. I don't remember what else she asked.
So you all got applications.
You filled out an application.
Yeah, mine
Send
was
in,
on
and, they called.
It was,
Sent in the.
it was not a
You did a
very,
great job, we will worry.
Yeah, because both of us had thrown around and submitted a handful of names. And, because that was kind of thinking of the way it used to be with the board doing it. Yeah. And so we got, and then I think I submitted a total of three other names, and then you guys submitted forms.
they advertised in the newspaper.
Yeah.
That's where I read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually turned my stuff in here the last day, but.
I know, I'm pretty sure I may have sent you, because I know Fran Powers over in your area had talked to me about your interest in doing this.
Yeah, she had texted me or emailed me and asked me if I would be interested.
Yeah.
Called her back and said, what's in the past? I heard this list. Well, we don't want to get into anything that's gonna be.
They give you an indication of how much involvement it would take to be on the board? They tell you that?
2
I'm
years.
surprised. No, I mean.
She said it would take most of the summer to. Yeah, and
I didn't know.
she quoted up until, I don't know if that was Ryan or the judge, until the middle of September. Then I could just reserve that time. Because it could go that long.
I didn't tell her school I had applied for this. And I thought, there's no way, because nobody knows me around here,
Yeah.
And then when I got it, I was like, I told my husband and he said, are you crazy? Do you know me? I'm kidding. It's not a full-time job, And then I started having, like,
Second thought.
Second thoughts.
You emailed me at one time.
when I first came in here, I was like, they didn't value this, it's not so bad. But it was funny, when Bob said, you must be crazy, you want to hear all of that stuff? And I'm on the ACC now, subdivision. He said, you think the ACC is bad?
No, the ACC is probably way worse.
Yes, it is.
Well, I think it's. Okay, August, it's called August, Osage County.
That's it, yeah,
And 2013.
yeah, it's,
Yeah.
I thought that was.
Yeah.
So anyway, we have, after the first of the year, it would be really nice if she, we got the ARB set per se. Although the next challenge is the comptrollers. Because we can still have meetings, we can still have our quarterly meetings, but we can't decide any protests until after you've gone through the education section.
Yeah, and how long, or how big of a deal is that another 8-hour deal, or?
It'll be, similar to what we had, although there's two sets of training. It's a little shorter. The return.
We only get the second half. The updates and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what I had, that's what I used to have to do for my, all lines adjustment, insurance adjustment. Because every 2 years, do the online 8 hours. I got through it pretty quick.
It should be easier this time.
Well, it goes.
Going, because our level of
If nothing else, terminology is good. It's actually a good refresher.
But yes, when I was reading the book and sitting there in the class, I'm thinking, what did I sign?
Well, and luckily we didn't have, the legislature didn't meet to the extent of,
Yeah, it's almost late.
yeah, well, they had a lot of changes, a number of changes in the tax code that just had to be addressed, more than before that I recall. So this time, there probably won't be much
Who
difference.
knows, well, you know, they get crazy in there sometimes.
Yeah,
They get bored.
so we'll see what happens.
But you guys can make recommendations for something that she may or may not accept. I mean, you.
We did, and I, when I heard that we had a total of six people that had
Oh,
expressed
is that
interest.
6 people?
Yeah, the
Wow.
3 of you and 3 others.
I didn't know
I was concerned or just wondering how she was gonna make the determination. Okay, because it's kind of tough to, in a
that.
short
Well, and
period
then
of
you
time.
don't meet them, you're on the phone, sometimes you know, get a better feel.
And on the one hand, I wanted to chat with the judge, but then also it wouldn't have been appropriate for me to talk to her at all.
Right.
So it worked out fine. In my head, I said, well, you know, if I were serving on a board, you know, like the school district or the council or something like that, you don't have a choice of who you get as other people on the board. And so you just kind of.
And sometimes it's better if you really don't know.
Yeah, well, even the folks that I had suggested, I didn't know them per se, I mean, I knew their name,
Mhm.
but they weren't like, spend time with me and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
And you all recognize that it's a challenge to find people that A, want to do it,
right.
and then B, have the time.
And have the right reason.
Then
to
we're
do it.
Yeah.
well, I should say.
Yeah, and sometimes you get people who, you know, they have to have the right reason for doing it. I think you really need to serve rather than looks good on your resume.
I was on the country club board,
Mm.
for the 2 different terms, president twice, but one thing I never really liked is you got the membership votes for the board members.
Right,
And one of the life they want to vote for friends, not just
Sure.
people who qualify, but friends. And the person who knows the most people because of name recognition
they get the
gets
votes. Yeah.
served, and sometimes people that really shouldn't end up being good board members.
That happens.
Humane Society, I mean, the Humane Society, I'm on the board there, on the board. Now our time is,
Yeah.
so, board, current board.
Oh, I see.
You
Yeah.
ask people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Difference. I'm glad that she told me, my first year out on the board, another guy. Knew, but it's like, I mean, we hadn't even told anything, we just saying, I checked with some friends and they had spent these years and. The other guy. He had no idea how involved it was gonna be.
Mm.
Lawyer, busy. And so he bailed. I forget what we do.
Right.
Yeah, it wasn't me. They couldn't show up. I don't remember. He didn't know. He wanted to see. So I'm glad they.
Well, you know, taking that class too, it was like, you know, it's involved. I guess maybe that's why I was having second thoughts, because, you know, you get the book and then you go through that and you go, man, that's really involved. You gotta, I reread some of the stuff, you know, and I thought, well, I'll just give it a shot and see. I can always resign.
Don't you dare.
I thought that
2 more weeks.
at the beginning, you know, give it a shot, you know, we'll see how involved and, you know. It's only 2 years. Now he resigned. Self was going at it, you know, talking, the devil and the angel. It's been very enjoyable. It's been very educational.
Yeah, it really is. We're certainly getting to know the county.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, because I sort of thought I knew this county, or at least the city. I feel both. It's like streets out there.
oh, that now.
I've been back out there, like in that area where we were just had the kids.
Uh-huh.
I've been lost out there a couple of times, and you get way out in the county, I'm like, oh, where am I? I just keep going, and it's like, no, the water goes and be right. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, and Joanne showed me that spot out there, sunshine, I keep.
No, Shell.
Shell.
Norwood Road.
Shell Road. And
You
then,
never would have known.
no, never did. And then I took Tom out there and he was the same way. Oh, I never even knew this was here. It really is.
You know, people don't leave, they're just like staying in the family.
Mhm. Oh, I bet, yeah. Wow, it's nice.
Quiet.
Mhm. We like to drive. and-
Yeah, you gotta be going there to go out there.
Yeah, the only reason I my house.
General tourists aren't
Oh,
gonna find it.
Yeah, you would.
You're right.
And that helps, you know, as a realtor, you get familiar with the streets as well. And of course, I know Portland front and back, but I don't know. I think I sold maybe a couple of 3 houses in Rockport. One
that
is
area.
Fayetteville, you know, and that's it.
That area there is some of the best wade fishing areas around here.
It's real shallow.
It's shallow for a long ways out, it's all grass.
Oh, is it? Yeah. I was gonna take that one.
There's an area that's, yeah, where you can.
As you turn in, Bass Families here, you turn in, there's a little area you can pull off
Yeah,
and wade out there.
I just can't believe how clear it is.
Yeah.
But I always picture the Gulf
That's the
in this
grass.
area as being that. Yeah. Well, it's also the amount of rocks and gravel they have
Yep.
out there. Yeah, that's what makes it clear. Yeah, yeah, they all have that fine sand, like the beach here, and it's, you know, it just floats in the water. Amazing. I guess people swim there, don't they?
I've seen
Not there that
people.
much. I've seen people out there, you know, way far out, you know, and it's up to their knees or maybe their thighs. Yeah, but I haven't seen anybody, so maybe it's not deep enough right in there. The waves are mild too. Like on the Rockport Beach, you can walk.
Yeah.
Before you get up, you know.
Oh, yeah. No,
If you go over that little pool side area, the very end, with the beach, you take a lot. It's kind of like the carved out area,
Mhm.
the swimming area. You feel like what they're going through. Well, you can't take it. It's like, no, before you go to the gate,
I know that
right there, you can take it on.
Yeah.
we used to, mine was mine so well, I said, okay, you didn't make it down the floorboard of the back seat. And my tinted windows, they couldn't see them.
Oh,
Yeah. But these 2 hooligans we got now, we do that. Really?
I can't go.
I think the golf cart is something.
Statue, she gets, I can hardly see her. Sits there like next to the window. They never leave the window open enough for her to stick her head out, I know, but she just sits there like it's not like a statue, she keeps it.
Huh.
Trying to like it, you know, so that
Mhm.
she can do something different. Yeah, because there's some, I can't get her in the car because she weighs 51 pounds.
51? That ain't nothing.
Yeah, I know. It's just like
You can lose mine.
have also.
He's gotta be 80 now.
They're all.
And it's not an ounce of fat on him.
They're how old are they? How old are they?
8 months.
Oh, 8 months?
7 days.
Oh,
Going through about 40 pounds of food a week, a month.
are they both black or yellow?
One's black, one's yellow. my son went to get them, to get the yellow. And the black was there, and he said, I couldn't labor on that.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that cost him $14.
I know, I was glad I got off loan.
Yeah.
Then we didn't want to have any more kids, so.
Yes, mom and dad had needed something to do, I don't know.
So will they ever let your son go on and stay?
Once he gets on, I guess, I don't know. That's touch and go right now. We don't. His hours are crazy. I mean, you know, he's working 12 hours a day and 2 hours drive time back and forth. Yeah, we're not gonna leave him alone, you know.
And that's 2 years.
They gotta be in the air conditioning.
Yeah, oh, yeah, for sure.
And I've got one of those big porta cool, the water cooled fans, you know, on the back porch for them when we do have to leave them out. So they love that.
Yeah. I can't leave her out because she digs in the yard and
Oh, yeah.
rocks and.
Oh, yeah.
Anything she get her out,
That's why we still got the individual yard set up for them.
you know, don't have enough space. I don't have enough space, but I mean,
They don't go to get their treatments, spay and neuter until September 9th.
so that's old.
I know.
Yeah, Bella was spayed when she was
We've been trying to get in there and
5
they just
months, I think. or
kept
4
kicking
months.
us. Yeah.
Yeah, they just don't have time or.
I wonder why.
So busy over here.
Oh,
So busy.
yeah, see, Dana doesn't take any new clients and she's just, you know, kind of.
Well, we tried to give her, but she didn't answer her phone, so we went.
Oh,
Is it up here on Market Street?
Mhm.
That, I noticed his place has been closed for a while.
They closed for a week, they all had COVID.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah, she and her partner, they.
Dr. Miller is his new partner.
I've never
Brody
seen him.
Miller, he used to be over all of Texas with the state. He's a good guy. He used to live right behind us there in Lamar Point.
You know, Verizon, maybe they've been closed for a week. And they put COVID.
So
When I
I
called.
saw her significant other's dad passed away or something months ago.
Her dad,
Can't remember her name.
well, her name's Elizabeth, but I can't think of her.
Axel Bird or something like that.
She's great, she,
Mhm.
I call, usually the recording will say, we're in surgery or whatever. I call them about both their cell phones on, you know, sort of emergency, and they've always called me back, they're great.
No, she's great. We just didn't get a call back or answer.
I'm surprised. How, I think that even at that point, was she been a new client or, I mean, would you have been a new client?
No,
Should have kept trying her, but she wasn't. Yeah, that's kind of not late, I mean, you can stay many time or new one, but I don't forget that, when's the mail, was a female, right?
Oh, we gotta keep them apart, huh?
Oh, yeah, well, she could go in the heat,
Yeah.
already been
so how did you do that?
there. Touch and go.
Oh, my God, that would not have been a good thing.
No. My little granddaughter, that happened to her. She took the dog into the spayed, she was pregnant. She had like 12 puppies.
Oh, my gosh.
Cute as could be, as those gold.
There's no such thing as ugly puppy.
Yeah. It was a Labradoodle, some kind of, as cute as could be.
All those people.
They really are. And the kids just loved them and they wanted to keep another one. And little KK Kimberly said, I said, you know, she said, Mommy says we can't keep them. If we do, then we can't go to Disneyland, Disney World.
Big choice there.
I said, little bribery always helps.
2 days of ecstasy versus.
Right, we didn't go see Disney. Yeah. But that's a good one, Brianna. Bribe your kid, you learn well from us.
Yeah, I thought they liked to stay with females before they went into heat. Right?
That's what we asked them. They said, no, they wanted to go in at this point.
Really?
Wow.
And Dan was the opposite. She wanted to go. And then she
I know.
was young.
I don't know, they just can't get here quick enough. Maybe it'll take some honoriness out of him.
It'll slow down. So say ornery and.
It just, so it gets excited,
Oh, God, she's like,
you know, and they jump so high now.
me too. And they learn not to jump. I can't, I'm not getting through on
No, I'm not either. I've tried and tried different things.
that. I could train
I
her.
finally just have to put my hand on his head and hold him. And then he'll settle down and he's fine.
Once they greeted you,
Mhm.
she never cut, when I come home, she doesn't, no matter out of the town, she doesn't jump on me. When he comes to the door, into the house, she has to jump on him, send him, love on him, get like, yeah, I just can't get it to stop.
Mhm.
Tomorrow, I have 8 girls coming in the morning from you. When they all come in and sound.
Right.
Be more.
She just.
Well, there must be an agent that says, you move it to 1:30. Got all the boxes checked. Yeah, that's the whole afternoon. We should have asked about that, but I think that's the agent. At least I've been told. I don't think we're enough. We talked about this, yes,
Mhm.
gotta be an agent. You got somebody out there? No.
Don't see anybody.
No. Sure.
Jackie and Beth,
They went out and having a cigarette.
there you go.
So Beth sent me the sessions for next week. Well, it's. see. Okay, so Monday. Yeah, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 9, 8:30, 2, 4, 6. 8, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 1:30, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 3. Then about the same for Tuesday. 2, 4, 6, 7. Wednesday, which the 8:30 session is.
Oh, that's the single room.
Yeah, but
I mean, on that, man. We took one off. didn't we?
yeah, I thought they said they had 7 to start with, but then there's still 7 here, so I don't recall which one we did
I
yesterday.
don't remember. I've slept a little while.
Since then.
But I did hear that one.
Day before you.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
exactly, okay.
So it was 2 days, well, 8, oh no, because it wasn't. We can't even go back and look.
Was loaded in.
What
What are we talking
It was the day before. One of it would have been the single member panel.
Oh, single man.
What is today, Wednesday?
Oh, they,
Yeah.
yes, the fourth.
So then Monday.
Oh, was it Erie?
You weren't.
Yeah, we have the telephone, as I recall, the telephone hearing.
And you came in.
Hmm?
You
I
come in.
don't think it came in, I think it was a telephone.
No, it was a tele.
Oh, okay. Oh.
But anyway, they've got, of course, 10 o'clock is when we're gonna do the recommendation hearings.
Mhm.
And there's nothing else scheduled at 10.
It's too bad. Wonder if they could, you could do that at 1:30.
Right, that's what I might suggest.
We'll have to give it all one. I
Right.
was thinking of taking a day off and when next week.
Yeah, because they've only got 2, 4, 6, well, there's 8, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8. There's 8 at 1:30, but again, this time of year, it's just the crapshoot, so.
Yeah, no, I think that would be good.
Yes, I think I'm going to suggest that. Because those, even with six single member panel sessions, and I would be surprised if they had more than 2. Those would go like in 5 minutes.
Yeah, they drive in for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And some.
Right. And then, Wednesday, Thursday. Thursday is pretty light too. 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6.
You gotta figure maybe have to move on shows. Like,
Yeah, it's been the last week, it's just been really.
trying to think, I think last year, one of those 25 teams that came in the day after the students and some.
Hmm. We had one or
We
two.
didn't have.
That's true. We really couldn't. And we probably did a few before we got into the heart of the protests.
We did
stuff, 'cause the-
after everybody was on, which was hard to start out with. You can get rid of anything. So when does the changeover come? Do you, is it January 1? We won't see it after that.
January 1 of 23.
This coming January.
So we only see her till the end of December.
Oh, it's 2 years.
We are.
It is, because she's only 1 year.
Oh, your turn.
Yeah. This is my third 2-year term.
I know.
If it's not, let's check. If it's not, I probably might. But I think it's. Sure. How's Charlie doing?
I talked to him last week. He's doing pretty good. Seems like the Parkinson's, getting a little worse. And his mind is okay. He doesn't seem to be having any of the mental challenges that I've heard about.
Somebody said it's only below.
Yeah, hallucinations or, that kind of stuff. That doesn't seem to be occurring. So his biggest challenge is just physical, getting around and stuff. Getting up from chairs.
Can you still take his vote out?
He does. Brand said he gets frustrated because, he loves to work on the boat and,
It's hard.
and it's hard. Yeah. Well, we went down there for 4th of July, sat in the harbor and watched the fireworks.
Did you?
Yeah.
I used to do that.
It's funny, just a couple of CJ Box books that I got. Now I get the recommendation, email, the doc full of those things.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Gentleman here asking questions about evidence. He is asking if he was to use our website. Does he have to submit anything? I'm saying yes. You have to print out and submit like everybody else does.
Yes,
Okay. That's what I'm
yeah,
double
because it has
checking.
to be, something that can be provided. and
Yeah, and we're not gonna go
left
into
with.
the website and pull up. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Yeah, he has to find it out.
Yeah, but probably not for 20, maybe 30,000.
For whatever reason, I've been lucky with, I do not get 1/10 of the amount of spam that my wife gets.
You have some kind of filter on there?
Well, I do, but it's still, even then, that doesn't, I get maybe 20, at the most, maybe 20 a day that get caught by the filter at the server, at the email server. She just gets so much crap.
Does she visit a lot more sites than you do?
I mean, that may be part of it, but she also, I think, gets a lot of physical mail, junk mail, catalogs and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, and they got your name.
Yeah, and I think once they got your name, then it just kind of,
You're out there selling.
bar the door kind of thing.
Remember when the thing used to be if you got Reader's Digest? You could always
Did
tell.
they even publish that
Yeah.
anymore?
Yeah, actually, it's a little teeny book now, but they still
Wow.
publish, but I don't think it's got the
I don't remember
clout that it used to
The
have.
books, yeah, right, the big, thick books, yeah.
Yeah.
We used to always read a lot of those. I used to get those. And where we lived in New York, in Westchester County, we were, 8-10 miles away from where their place is, Pleasantville. From Mount Kisco, near
I think they've sold off a lot of their stuff too. Because, if you used to go into hospitals or schools or things, they had these books for sale.
there.
That you would have a vendor that, and those were all bought from their Reader's Digest printing. But they all closed out about 10 years ago. They used to get the big cookbooks from which those vending groups. They come into the hospital and just set up this whole thing, or they go into a school and set it up, library. They had routine that they did, and it was all these books were at wonderful prices, but were also, if you looked at them, they were all printed by basically because they had their own printing company.
So I'd read a thing that said DeSantis supposedly was going to make a big announcement today.
Who was?
Ron DeSantis, Florida governor.
Mhm.
Well, they were speculating it was going to be related to 2024 or something like that. In the words from his press secretary before said it was going to drive the liberal media nuts, kind of thing. And evidently he's suspended the liberal state attorney, Andrew Warren. I don't know if it's the attorney general. The attorney general, as I recall.
That's an elected office.
Yeah. Yeah. So the fact that he called it state attorney, maybe somebody who, working for the district attorney or the state attorney or whatever. But And DeSantis argued that Warren has repeatedly refused to enforce laws passed by the legislature, cracking down on child section surgeries and abortion restrictions.
Did you see the, one of the news on TV or Fox News someplace? At The View invited DeSantis, did you see that?
Yeah.
Did any of you see that?
Yeah.
The View, you know, those liberal ladies, invited DeSantis to be on the program.
Gee,
And they said it would be our honor to have you. Well, then, so his reply was, it's probably wonders. Over the years, they have said horrible things about him on The View. I mean, just horrible things. And so his reply was, you know, thank you very much for the following reasons on invitation. And then he listed for his press conference, they listed all the comments that they had made about him. And why are you sit down?
I can't even believe they would ask me to do that. That's so stupid. They were just asking for something, some fee. I mean, that was ridiculous. He would not show up.
I think the View started out to really be good.
Yeah.
When she was head of it, I mean, it never got into these fights, these comments that are so inappropriate, it doesn't matter.
They're
What
fighting
your point is,
themselves. They're fighting among
Yeah.
themselves. Yeah.
Yes.
we have already gone off the line.
Yeah, but you're right. I think on the wall. She's still alive.
Yeah.
Think so.
Yeah, but she's been in 9 years.
She was, I mean, she kept that, yeah, that wasn't. Oh, does she? They were all, you know, relatively calm.
Yeah, she's still alive.
I haven't seen every day.
Another thing about the rest. Every known person, you know.
Yeah, the media's changed so much. I don't even believe half of it. Any of it sometimes.
I just want to.
I don't even know what's wrong.
So this is,
She's 92. She was born in 29.
so on Wednesday, I hadn't heard this, on Wednesday, Biden tested again, still positive for COVID.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
With all the drugs and they were subjected to, you know, the doctors and everything else, you would think that they would have to do it.
Yeah, but I know I have a friend who
That's the candy.
and for 10 days.
Let's see what's in there.
Getting serious now.
She went down to the, finally gave up on the underwater ones and went to the pharmacy. It was still positive.
We can't see what
She wasn't feeling that bad.
Thanks.
His immune system was not being, at his age. And that job certainly doesn't help.
Because he had taken blood from his head, so that limits some of the things.
Yeah.
Plan. Excellent. Vice President presentations, did you see that? Oh my God, you can do a word salad,
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
Word salad. You should not say the same word, you know, 10 times in one sentence.
Yeah. The last one I heard, I don't remember using the word seriously, like.
Yeah.
Like times. Yeah.
Right, it's this way because it is this way, and sometimes it is this way because that's how we do things, but it's like.
Excuse me. Hey. Yeah, I personally wish he had chosen somebody else. She had enough clout.
Because he had said he was gonna have a black female.
Yeah, but there were a couple of others that would have done.
Going for votes is what he wanted,
Mhm.
or somebody wanted, I don't know.
What's control?
So,
Probably a problem.
you know, I hope he gets well real quick. Seriously think that maybe keeping him out of the limelight by doing that.
Well, they can't do it road.
I know.
Well,
Yeah, that's what was on.
No, there's somebody there.
About
We have one before, I think. There's somebody in the lobby.
Secret
Mhm.
Service
Yeah.
people around her.
Who?
Hillary Clinton. This was back when Bill Clinton was president. He had all these secret service, and they said, why do they have all these secret service around Hillary? Because if Bill dies, she becomes president.
He thinks she's run her course, bro.
If she's smart, she's gonna bow out, but no.
You don't know how much, I don't know.
Yeah, they-
I don't think she's as healthy. The last couple of times I've seen her, she doesn't look
She
good.
looks all.
Yeah, she's.
Can you imagine? I mean, it's a stressful
Oh, yeah,
convention. My, who would want to be president?
Just to live up there is stressful, I think.
really.
Yeah. Who else would that know?
My uncle worked in the Pentagon. For the admiral, for the Navy. And man, he'd come down here and tell stories and I couldn't believe.
Yeah, it's a different life.
Yes.
Hmm.
He said, I can't tell you, but he said, if you knew what the Navy has, it'd knock your socks off. I said, I don't doubt it,
Just what we do know scares us. to death.
Exactly. That drone strike that killed that guy,
That was.
it wasn't a bomb, it was a helicopter blade.
Really? The
Yeah.
one in Afghanistan?
Yeah, they sent two of them and
You're talking about the terrorists that they got.
Yeah.
Okay.
it's a drone sent that Hellfire missile. There's no bombs on it. It just had a rotating blade, looked like a helicopter blade.
And that's what comes out of the drone?
Comes out of the drone.
It shoots out like a missile, I
It
guess.
shoots out like a missile and then these blades deploy and they
Wow.
start spinning and it comes down straight and it probably decapitated the guy.
And so it's like the arrows that you shoot that just kind of open up when you have a deer. Yeah.
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 I thought, man, so precise. They said one was on one side, one was on the other.
They got him.
And it tore up the patio he was on, but it didn't blow the house up or hurt anybody else. That's amazing, those Hellfire missiles.
Yeah.
People worry about their privacy. No such
I
thing.
thought it was
The
amazing.
things that they throw in Australia.
Boomerangs.
Those will take off ahead.
They have no-
Right.
All right.
All right.
Well, think that you've got for us this so exciting.
And first thing is two accounts.
Ooh, two. Wow.
Come on.
156 and 157.
Page 4.
Stop in the middle.
And the target four?
No. Yes, grade 4.
This is a 10 o'clock,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what page got?
page 4. Stop in the.
Ray said he's coming, so we can get started.
I'm sorry, what was the number again? I was not paying attention. 33, 4, 8, 4, 1, and 4, 2?
Yes.
Okay. Do y'all care if we start with 4, 1?
Well, let's see what they want. I have a desire.
Yeah, it's just easier so I can
Yeah.
start setting up the system. What do you do? Because I think we're gonna go. We'll take off. We'll take off like on Friday. And then
This one, no, it's on the road, man. 841, it looks like it. Looks like.
But I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I told the people the date, and she said, I can probably take off Tuesday, Tuesday and Wednesday after the holiday.
One is
I
a
can
block.
finish stations on the first one.
3, 4, 8, and 2 is blocks.
We could do like
4, 1 is 8. Or 8.
No, to keep the family. Yeah. But we can go, the water is really low, and they are hitting off the water between like 11 and
Yeah,
7.
so we'll see what he
But
does.
she's there right now, and she said the water is just low. Remember, boundary. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the temperature. Yeah.
She
Yeah.
started it.
I did not.
I didn't have any. You guys
Jackie brought that.
has a thing about peanut butter.
Me.
Okay,
Here.
we're gonna be.
No, but I can't eat them. It's okay. I'm just
Why
being,
didn't you eat them?
Well, I mean, you mentioned it.
I can't eat them. Yeah, yeah.
What's your point?
I know.
You should not.
I'm really trying. Well, see, I shouldn't be even having this, but this is so good.
Coffee.
Well, it's a chai latte from Bella Brew.
Yeah.
Oh, it's called a dirty chai. So it's chai tea with espresso shots in it. It's
Oh,
so
gee.
yummy. It's good, I promise. It's so good. If you like chai tea, it's good. And it's got like some kind of cream or something.
That's what makes it so good.
It does.
is the
So
cream.
my oldest son, like all of my kids ate peanut butter. And so my oldest son is allergic to peanuts. And even if,
And you gave it.
no, well, when he was 2, we didn't know. And he ate a peanut butter and jelly crackers, or he ate peanut butter crackers. And he broke out. It was like someone beat him because he
Yeah.
had whelps everywhere.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
And
Joe, that's serious.
He had been fine. And then when he was in high school, he ate those wasabi peanuts, thinking they were wasabi peas. And he had to get
Yeah.
epinephrine, and he said, "Mom, never again." And but his girlfriend loves peanut butter. Well, she had to totally stop eating it. And if you even touch him, he'll whelp up. If you have oil in your
Yeah.
hands.
Yeah.
So my daughter never really grew up eating peanut butter because she's, he's 25 and she's 18. So there's a big difference between those two. But so she doesn't really like peanut butter. Well, the other ones do. So as soon as he moved out of the house,
You bought
The
the
peanut butter.
they went to Walmart and they got ice cream, candy, peanut butter, like all this stuff. And so when he visits, they're like, crap, we can't have anything with peanut today. Yeah, so it's kind of funny. Yeah, he's the only one, but it's so strange. It's
It
really
is.
weird. Yeah.
Oil and things and stuff.
Yeah, like he can't eat at Five Guys because they fry in peanut oil. Like when he goes out to eat, especially like Chinese places or like Thai places, he loves Thai
yeah.
food. But he has to be really careful. And PF Chang's actually is really good. We went there for dinner when he was in high school or something. And they cook in a totally separate kitchen. They use totally different pots and pans. So you tell them like, hey, he's got a peanut allergy. They took our plates and they brought us different color plates.
Oh,
and
okay.
yeah, so I mean, he
That's
just
cool.
has to ask first,
Yeah.
but he can never eat at Five Guys. He can never eat at Chick-fil-A. I want to say Chick-fil-A's got peanut oil too. So he has to ask, like, do you fry in peanut oil or do you, so yeah, and like he could never go in Roadhouse.
Oh,
He,
because of the peanuts.
but now he
Yeah.
can because they don't have the peanuts over the floor.
Oh, they
His
don't?
first time eating at Roadhouse was when he moved to Arkansas. And he's like, Mom, it's so good. Because we kept telling him, oh, it's great. And his best friend when they were in high school.
Even if you walked on them.
Oh,
Take
the
a chance
smell.
on it.
Okay, if you're sitting next to him and you're eating like a peanut butter sandwich, he'll get like sinus, like,
No way.
because he's
Yeah.
inhaling the,
That is real
It's-
serious.
it is.
Yeah.
and when there was 5 kids from when he was in elementary to high school that had the same allergy. And, you eat school lunches, they would have like peanut butter cookies. So on those days, those kids they make them a different lunch and then they would go sit in like with the
Away
teachers at the
from them.
lounge. They can't be around anybody. So yeah, it was pretty scary, but now he's older, he's fine, but it's getting him
I
to
know
carry
my
the
own-
EpiPen
Yeah.
he doesn't carry one. I was like, Michael, you don't want to go. And he
Yeah.
got the epinephrine shot and he said it felt like he got kicked in the chest by a horse. He said the worst feeling, because we had to go to the EMS bay and they had to give him an injection, not just the pin. And he's a big kid, like
Yeah.
he's a big boy, so he had to have like a whole vial of it.
My
And-
grandson has a milk allergy. And he had to
Oh,
carry it
yeah.
in.
But each reaction is different.
Yeah.
Like one time his throat closed up when he was with the peanuts. They were living on their own. He was in college in Corpus and his best friend calls and says, Michael accidentally ate peanuts. And I'm like, "Who accidentally ate peanuts?" Well, he looked like the marshmallow man, like he swelled up. And the doctor came in after he had, calmed down and the stuff had kicked in. And he goes, if I didn't know you hadn't gone anywhere, I would not think you're the same person. Like he goes, Mom, you should have seen me. I look like the marshmallow man. Oh God, yeah. Allergies are scary.
They really
Mhm,
are. I mean,
they are
we
really scary.
had to take Anthony when he was a baby to the emergency room.
Mm-hmm.
He'd get a hold of something. His grandmother actually gave him a bottle of milk and she thought it was his formula.
Oh, yeah.
And so they had to take him to the
until that happens, you have no idea if your kid's allergic to
Like the
anything.
first time, yeah.
I know Eamon's daughter, one of his daughters is allergic to a lot of stuff. They have to be very careful with her.
Well, and you know, you have to really, we read all of the ingredients
Yes.
before you bought anything. Oh, it's got
Mhm.
whey in it, forget it, you know, any product.
Well, and like any kind of candy bar, even if it's not like a Snickers or something,
So they make them things.
they're made in a peanut.
They say
They
that.
have
too.
them. He can never eat a Blizzard at Dairy Queen
Dairy Queen.
because
say
they
that.
don't change out that thing.
Yeah.
They'll stick your Blizzard in with one that just had peanuts in it. Yeah, and like McDonald's is fine because they use that spoon that stirs itself.
Okay.
So that, you know, so you get one of those flurries and they have like that box in it. It's because that's what they use to stir it. They don't
Okay.
mix it. But yeah, he just has to be really careful. And yeah, his girlfriend was really disappointed that.
All right, let's get rolling here.
All right.
You ready, friends?
Yeah.
Hey, come on.
Good morning.
Be right there to the table.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, you never know.
Are you William? I am. Okay, William. I see you have two accounts that we're going to be dealing with today. Do you care which one we do first?
Actually, my protest is only on 200.
9 or 7.
Well, I'll tell you in 1 second. 2007.
Okay,
That is the only, that's the only part that I'm protesting today.
okay.
I have a question to 007, but that's okay. I mean, it's just a question. It's not a
Oh,
protest.
address.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we need a withdrawal form for the other.
Yes. It's something in writing.
Yeah.
Definitely. And yes, sir, did you have a question about the tax liaison officer?
So, yes, do you have one?
We have one, her name is Josie Bonnet.
Bonnet.
Yeah, this is Josie Bonnet.
Hi, Josie.
Josie serves in the capacity of the taxpayer liaison officer, but she only serves in one specific capacity, and that's to delineate, like all of these members, they turned in a application, and then she takes that information and gives it to the judge, and the judge is the one that appoints the ARB officer. So there's.
So you don't deal with the taxpayer, you deal with just handling who gets.
The liaison.
Yeah, there's a lot of duties for tax on, and that's the reason I wanted to tell you. My name is Mike. If you have any questions other than just what's specified for her role, I'll be glad to try to answer it for you. Having said that, her duty is to take applications, and then she disseminates those to the judge. All of these members before you, these ARB members, were selected through that process. It's a new process this year.
And my question
Oh.
is predicated
Okay.
on
Mhm.
an office that is designated in the state of Texas. And the tax appraisal office is predicated on population,
That's correct.
have appointed or they are authorized to employ a tax liaison officer whose specific task are dealing with the taxpayer, not the appraisal board, the taxpayer.
That is correct. And it's for populations, and I don't have it in front of me, but we don't meet that threshold.
Didn't think you did.
Yeah, there are many in this, and so to answer your question, you are exactly correct. There is a threshold in which you have an appraisal district somewhere else that exceeds that threshold, and what they do with is like, how do we do this? Or they basically have interface with the property owner
With property owner.
that are not in association with an appeal. They're just questions.
Right.
And so my statement to you is we don't meet that threshold. And the only duty that Ms. Bonnet performs on behalf of the taxpayer liaison, her portion, is the receiving of applications, the dissemination, and then the fact communication to
those that are successful in getting ARB appointments and those that are not successful, and then handling the emails and the phone calls and things like that. But in reference to all the other things, we don't have a tax liaison officer for those other duties. But I will say that if you have any other questions, direct them to me or to one of my staff members, and I will try to answer.
Thank you very much for that information. I
Certainly, sir.
appreciate it. Josie, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And we'll have one of the representatives in for the hearing.
Thank you. Wow, great. That's a really cool job.
Good.
Oh. I think there's people kill for that.
Yeah, and I'm typically any of the population thresholds generally tend to be million. In terms of the population in there, because there are other aspects like for the ARB, with special panels. It only needs to be in place for those counties that have populations greater than. Pretty much all of the other types of things where there are thresholds like that, it's generally not, but anyway.
Withdraw on that. Sure.
I don't know. Well, it's gonna be the, sorry. Oh, you, that's the old- that one.
Yeah, this is a drawing.
Okay, go ahead and sign it up.
Oh, I see. what you did. Yes.
Yeah, just bring out the one I need.
Well, let me double check. I thought it was the
Or two is the one that we
What
already.
people,
other. Okay, thank you. Yeah, 157, case 157, which is.
That's the new one.
This is, yeah, the affidavit I'm gonna notarize, but we'll let you know whenever we want to say this.
Middle of the page. Yes.
Okay, William, I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get started into the specifics of your hearing. You'll be asked to swear in a moment, and Beth will be back in to help you do that when you reach that point. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-157, account number 34842, which is 2007 Tilley Park Drive in Rockport. The hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify what's under protest. Market and equity. Market level and equity level are under protest. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So the five of us around the table are the ARB. Ray Presley at the end of the table is the representative from the appraisal district. And Beth and Jackie in the back are support staff that help with a lot of different things. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the survey form, which is there on your left hand. There you go. A copy of that's also going to be included in the determination package that will be mailed to you after the hearing that documents the results of the hearing. You can also take it online, and information about how to do that is included on the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the determination package that will be mailed to you to document the results of the hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I see we do have some evidence. Just need to make sure that you have submitted everything that you plan on referencing during the hearing. Yeah, Andrew and stuff, okay. And you submitted everything that you're going to reference? Okay, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will communicate with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath when we ask to swear in.
Okay, I'm just gonna read the statement that starts with I do.
I do solemnly swear that the testimony I'll present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
State your name, please.
My name is William Brown.
I, Rick Hussey, do solemnly swear affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I got too much coffee this morning.
I was gonna say,
There's no limit.
Mm-mm.
We got two sheets.
Yeah, I'll take it off. You leave this in there, thank you.
Okay, William, I need to ask if you hold a license certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay, thank you. The chart in front of you, which is labeled hearing procedure times, that's how we're gonna run the hearing today. Takes one of two forms, either you can present first, or you can have the appraisal district present first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who presents first. But you get to make the choice of who presents first.
I'd like the district to go first.
Okay, right. And, it's on full bar. And, it's just the land. So we'll look at some sales. Is that what's under front desk here? Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll look at some sales. So we currently have this is a 7,600 square foot lot. We're valuing it at $450 a square foot, given a value of $34,000. We'll look at a sale on Philly Park 2011. 2011 is a little bit smaller lot, 7,100 square, but it's the same. Sold for $35,000 or $490 a square foot. We've got one on North Live Oak that is 8,400 square feet. It sold for $404. And then two sales on Lone Star. One at $393, one at $429. Just showing some lot sales here. Median is $429. Weighted value for sales is $32,782. And then equity, it's just us on this same land table. So it just balances out to $34,410. I did look at the land table. We have one break on this land table. So if you own 25,000 square feet or less, you're at $4.50. And if you own 25,000 and one and above, you are valued at $360. So our break is at 25,000. That's it.
Okay, William or Bill?
Ma'am,
William or Bill?
I prefer Bill.
You have 7 minutes to move for the questions and 5 minutes for the presentation, or just 7 minutes.
The properties that you listed up there as comps, do those properties all have utilities?
It just depends. A lot of this is city stuff, right? So utilities, meaning you have a septic tank over there, or you have sewer?
And sir,
Septic or sewer on Thule Park?
oh, it's all, yeah, it's connected to the city.
So
It's sanitation.
Yeah, so for the most part, when you have access, then it's a convoluted answer, right? Because the answer is yes, because if you pay for the tap, then you instantly have access versus if
If you don't have the opportunity, then the answer is kind of no, because you gotta get someone to dig and put a tank in. So it depends on how readily available the utilities are on how I would want to answer that question. Let's say, for example, that something was in the city and the house got demoed. So someone already had a house, because you can't get utilities in the city without a livable structure. They won't give them to you. You can't just park an RV. So let's say that a house was demoed and then that they still had the taps. Theoretically, that would be a more valuable piece of land.
Theoretically,
Yes.
actually,
Well, it just depends on, there's some problems with it. Like what's the person gonna do with the lot? You know, where's he gonna put his house? Is he really gonna save all that money? Or is he just gonna come in there and demo everything anyways? Versus when someone has a septic tank, because a septic tank is so expensive. You had a piece of land and there was a septic tank there that worked. You would change the way you outlined your house to make sure you could use a septic tank. Because it's $10,000. Not whatever, I don't even know what a tap fee is. I have no idea what a tap fee costs in the city of Rockport, but I imagine it's not $10,000. That's all I have. With that.
You can continue, Phil.
maybe,
You can, I guess you haven't given the minutes yet. You don't have, sorry, it's your turn. You have 7 minutes.
my protest is predicated on the information that I picked off of what your package that you sent me, plus what was available on your website. And again, I arrived here a couple of days early, and I went and toured several of the locations that you had for your comps. And the essence of it is that you valued our property at $4.50 a square foot at 2009, which is where the house is attributed to. The property at 2007 Tulane, you also valued it at $4.50 a square foot. But again, it has no improvements and it has no utilities. I looked at the adjacent property. That's the one that's ID'd at 70271, number 2, which is zoned residential. It also has no utilities and it has no improvements. And you have it valued at $3.60 a linear square foot. What I'm requesting simply is that, the separation between our property is a 16 gauge wire. That's the separation. This property is actually adjacent to ours. And what I'm requesting is that the property at 2007 be revalued at $3.60 a square foot, which is consistent with the adjacent property. What that does is it changes the appraised value of the property at 2007 Tulane Park to $27,529.20. That's the essence of my protest. I have some more questions, but that is the essence of my protest.
You can ask a question now.
Okay. I have to confess, I'm a numbers freak. Okay, that's what I do. That's what I did for 38 years.
Are you an engineer?
Yes, sir.
Because this paper, I'm an electrical engineer. That's the.
That is an engineer. That is an engineer path.
Yes.
And yes, sir, I've got a whole book full of it. I got stacks of it. Okay, and yes, I did design that house. I understand the term of appreciation. I got that. Okay. I looked up the documentation from the national level, and property values nationwide have decreased 17% this year.
17%. I thought that was notable. The value of our properties have increased $62,560 in 1 year. Now, I don't know how a house appreciates over $1,200 a week.
We're not talking about that long.
I understand that, but I'm just, like I said, it was just a question. That when you heard my protest, this was a question. And if I'm not aligned, I'll stop.
No, I'm not even sure myself.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a statement, we really can't address it, respond in any way, because
That's not
we're in a hearing to deal with
the law.
a specific.
Okay, so
property.
this may be a question that I need to ask.
I would certainly address that to the chief.
I apologize.
Or the application.
I did not mean to go out of line.
Yeah, and without getting too much in the weeds, I mean, we have to be a little more precise in terms of how we deal with things so that we don't set a precedent for somebody else saying.
I completely understand that. And thank you for that. And
Sure.
again, I'll just,
Do you have any other questions?
well, yes, I do. On the document that you have on your website for 2007, you indicate that it has a house on it. The house is attributed. The house is attributed to 2007. Ma'am,
So it appears on our information that we're only dealing with a lot. There's no house on this lot.
that it's only a lot.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And again, I was using what your information packet here. It says that on 200. Make sure I'm always confused about the two properties, always.
2009 is what that's.
Okay, on your document for 2007, it said a new house was added. And this is the document that y'all sent me. Right there. Right.
At some point in this hearing, I'll get a chance to talk again. And when I do, I'll try to answer.
He was asking a question, so you can definitely your question.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
So we'll pull up, these are this is the property, it's these two, it's the one that ends in 4-1 and the one that ends in 4-2. When an appraiser drove by here, he wasn't sure which, which house the parcel, the property was on. It appears, from the fences, if you disregard the map overlay, it looks like the house is essentially built maybe a little bit further towards that fence than it is that fence. So the note in the account is just an appraiser driving by saying, there's a house over here. And when they drove by from the street, they didn't know which one. It's possible that they put the note on both, they put the note on one. Yeah, there was no way for someone just driving by in a car, other than to say, hey, there's a new house over here that we need to get. So. Yeah, this is on a schedule. Like I said, it breaks at 25,000 square feet. The owner has said that property, I think it's 70271, adjacent property 70271.
Yeah, it's right there in that top right.
So we go ahead and scroll up there, Jackie. This is not what I would say is a comparable property to that because of the size. Like I said, we have a break at the table at 25,000 square feet. When we start to pull value down on an economy of scale or economy of size. So that's the reason that that property is valued less per square foot than those properties there are. Everything that's on that table only, that's gonna have a highway frontage table also. But everything that's on that table is always gonna be $450 a square foot for 25,000 square feet or less, and $360 a square foot for over 25,000 square feet. So that's definitely more than 25,000 square feet.
Well, you have the property is actually zoned in two different, one that obviously the 35 exposure there is zoned commercial. That's where that old Mexican restaurant was. And the property behind it, which is listed as number 2, is zoned residential.
Okay.
And that is the essence of my protest, because it is in fact a residential property with no improvements, which is pretty much the same thing that we've got there at 2009.
To me, there's quite a bit of difference between that property and what she had here. Quite a bit of difference. I would say you're a little bit more comparable to the people on the left and right.
Well, the people on the left over there have, they've got duplicate utility. They built it, the folks that bought it from Victoria, they bought it with the intent of parking RVs there, 2 to be exact. So they have 2 complete sets of utility drops, electric, water, and sanitation, 1 on each fence line.
That's a different thing, though. That's a different valuation.
Of course it
That's
is.
not land. That has to do with improvement valuation.
I understand that, and that's my argument. There is no improvement on 2009, and yet you have it valued at the same amount of money as the land that has the improvement.
Right?
That is inconsistent.
Maybe.
It's different.
It's not speaking to land value. You're speaking to some knowledge that these people, I'm assuming at 34840, have utility on that land. And so therefore you're saying your land is worth less
Because it has no
than that.
utility.
But what you're really saying is that you want your land to be valued like that parcel up there. But now we're saying that because this land has utility to it, that there's nothing, I mean, I don't see an RV park here. How would the appraisal district even know? And can you park an RV here and live in it?
No,
I don't think you could. That would kind of.
but that's your code. I
Not
mean,
my
that's
code. That's the city.
the city. I
So
understand.
there's a value and use issue here where someone, we could go in and put, it would be about $14,000 of value added to this. And we could say, look, you guys have infrastructure to park an RV. And then they can come back and say, yeah, but we can't. And then we're gonna be, I don't know what we're gonna do. So by your testimony, I still wouldn't add the infrastructure value to this lot because I don't think it's even usable. Like, in other words, you can't sell this and on the market saying you can park your RVs because you can't. So whatever infrastructure they have, you know what, I mean, they can run a water hose.
Well, and the reasonableness is the fact that that infrastructure had to be paid for.
But not marketed. What are you gonna market it as? That you have that you have water?
Land is always appraised, predicated on what is already there. If you have the land and you have the utility connections already there, the market value of that property is unquestionably increased.
So why
If
not
it
have
is, if it is not available, logically, it's decreased.
that it's available?
Well, the availability is one thing, but the cost to install it.
Pay for the.
Yes, all of that is a monetary burden on whoever owns it.
But it doesn't say they'll reduce your land value. It says
course
to
it does.
increase their value.
Of course, it reduces the land value.
That's a.
Good time.
Back and forth.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
I think when you raise, maybe it was correctly said, if there's any changes, it would be to increase the other properties, opposed to decrease in this property.
That's correct. And I'm also saying that I wouldn't do it.
Because you don't know.
Well, and because I don't think the use of it is that great.
Right.
I mean, the use of that has to do with your ability to live or to park something. They can run a water hose.
Okay, everybody's trying to get like 1 minute closing.
Oh, yes, ma'am, thank you. And again, my closing statement is just predicated on, just, you know, what the land value and the market value of property is predicated on what is there. And what it, again, the fact of the matter is somebody had to pay to install all of that.
We've been through all that.
Yes.
We get that.
And so that is an increase.
So in closing, I would say that our grid says we're overvaluing the property and the property should be $32,700. And that is on, that's comping land sales. That's what you're gonna get that number.
Okay, ARB has, what we like to bring in this property?
Yeah.
My opinion is it should be.
32,700.
I just have a quick question.
My opinion also.
You own the two lots that are included on that. You own any of the other adjacent properties?
No, sir.
Okay.
Now, you owned the property last year?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I
historically-
you know, when I look at this, I see that it's the same as last year.
And yes, ma'am, and historically, I did protest last year, unfortunately. With the chain of events that occurred with a little bitty rainstorm that occurred in July of last year. I missed a hearing in Ron Falls that was rescheduled on the exact date that my hearing was scheduled here in Rockport. And that I at the time, I did not know that I could reschedule, that was a valid reason for rescheduling.
I'm going to.
That's why I missed last year.
32,700.
I think we're at 32,000.
Yeah. 780.
Yeah.
Okay, 780.
Great. Beautiful.
It's 700.
Ray said 700. Yeah. Oh, yes.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2022-157, account 34842, which is 207 Tooley Drive. And address the incorrect market value and median equity value. It's the opinion of the appraisal review board that based on evidence presented to us, reduced a currently noted value of $34,410 to $32,700.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? You pay bill? That's the number 32,700.
32,700?
Yes.
Thank you, and then you can address your other issues with Mike.
I'm sorry.
You can address your other issues with Mike.
That would be chief appraiser.
Who was just here, so you could talk to him about this questions. Okay?
Yes, I'm going to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are
Mrs. Sterling,
welcome.
please take this with you, fill it out and return it. We appreciate any feedback you can give us.
Okay,
Got it.
thank you, folks. Thank you. Have a good day.
I think that's it. We see what the possibilities look like. Yeah.
You want 130, they're all very similar, protests. It's hard to keep everybody.
You do.
Yeah. We all did it.
Used to be married in one.
Me too.
And you're done it.
Teacher, you still have to, no, I would have somebody come and get the stuff for you.
So we're better not set.
Well, there's still, yeah, we're good for now, and there's still stuff for the afternoon.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
And hang on, they're looking at. The stuff for the afternoon, is it all?
They're not done yet.
Yeah, there's some money.
Tonight's here.
No,
I could be behind
there's two signed in. At 10 o'clock.
Oh, for,
What's the same?
is it for a telephone or here?
I think it's telephone.
I haven't seen anyone out there.
No, I think they're telephone.
Mine's the-
That's a lot.
About that.
Oh, telephone, yeah.
We do have another one that's.
Yeah.
Turned off the computer.
It is,
I knew there was more.
they had two accounts.
10 o'clock.
I will go back right now.
308 and 306.
They're at the bottom and top of page 4.
4 and 5, top, bottom and top. All right. I died. All right.
I think we are. Jackie, you cool?
Mhm.
All right.
Hello, this is Charles.
Yes, it is.
Okay, this is the appraisal review board calling for your protest hearings.
Yeah, how are you?
Good, we're good, thank you.
Charles, I see we have two accounts that we're going to be dealing with today. Do you care which one we handle first?
No, I do not.
Okay, so there's 2183 Highway 30, South Highway 35 and 1028 South Highway 35. So we'll just take them in order, or we'll do 2183 first. Okay, I have some administrative stuff to run through. And then we'll get into the specifics of your hearing. So we are opening, commencing a hearing on two accounts. I'll announce each one as we go into them. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we'll verify exactly what's under protest.
Which one are we doing?
We're gonna do 306, which is in
The bottom of
118.
the page, 4-1 or 4-2? 3-8.
8820118.
Is it 3, 4, 8, 4, 1 or 3?
No, that's the last one.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got the wrong.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got it.
Yeah.
We doing 2183?
We're gonna do 2183 first.
Okay, good. Okay, I got it.
Okay, thanks. Under protest is market value and equity line.
Okay, market value and equity level are under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using the form that will be included in the determination package you will receive in the mail after the hearing. You can also take it online, and information about how to access that online is at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you may wish to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is also included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do we have all the evidence that you plan on referring to? I see we have a map in addition to your affidavit. You submitted everything else? Okay,
That's it, that's it.
okay.
Yeah.
That's fine, great. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F that relates to case IDs 2022-306 and 2022-308.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66 F in relation to cases 2022-306 and 308.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 related to cases 2022-306 and 308.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F related to case ID 2022-306 and 308.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F in reference to case numbers 2022-306 and 308.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So Charles, I'm assuming since we have a signed and notarized affidavit from you, that we are going to consider you to be under oath for this hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I, Ray Preston, do solemnly swear from Shepherd Gift to grant a review for transfer to the district. It's true, correct, and this is for case 308 and 306.
Charles, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay, very good, thank you. In the package of information that you supposedly received from the district, there's a chart that's labeled hearing procedure time. Do you have that chart handy? Single page?
I do.
Okay, great. That chart shows how we're going to run the hearing today, and it takes two forms. One is if you present first, the other is if the district presents first. You both have equal amounts of time, regardless of who presents first, but you get to make the choice of whether you present first or the appraisal.
Appraisal district, please.
Okay, so we're going to commence a hearing on case ID 2022-306, account number 8820118, which is 2183 South Highway 35 bypass in Aransas, Pass. Ray, you can go ahead and start.
Okay, I have a question, Charles. The house that's behind this lot. You own it?
No, sir.
Is there any kind of relationship between this lot and that lot?
None whatsoever.
So they drive across your property when they go to their house?
That I do not know.
Do you deal with billboards? Are you a billboard company?
I am in the billboard business, yes.
Okay. All right, so I guess I should present some evidence here. This lot is valued at $4,750. It is extremely small. It is
Yes.
4,748 square feet. So that's pretty small. Pretty small lot.
It's extremely.
Hang on, Charles. We need to let the district make their presentation.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, so the sales right or the bypass and Rabbit Run, Jacoby, none of them are for any kind of number this small, nor are they land that's small, right? So not typical. Then the median value is $7,700. That's a heavily adjusted number. because of the size of the lot, and its location on the bypass. There's a company that sells for that kind of number. And then, so when we look at equity, we're gonna have the same problem over and over again. It's gonna be the same thing, because I mean, it's the value and use of this. Why would you have this piece of land, if you're not putting something on it, like a billboard or a fireworks stand or something like that? I don't know if we are adjusting this thing at all. It does not appear to be. What was the last year's value?
2370.
370. All right, I guess I'm gonna stop right there. I'm done. No, I'm not. I will let him. Talk.
All right, Charles, you have 7 minutes to ask questions or make your presentation.
Well, my presentation is the lot should not be valued per square foot as surrounding lot because it's a remnant. It's just a very, it's not really developable. And I mean, I guess you could put a fireworks stand on it, which would be seasonal. I never have done that. So I don't think it should have the per square foot value as my surrounding neighbor. It's a remnant. That's it. That's it. No, that's really about all I have to say about it. It's very, very, very small.
Is there anything on it, any structure or billboard or anything on it?
There's a billboard. Yes, there is a billboard on it.
Okay, thank you, Ray.
I mean, this is kind of ironic. I mean, I don't know, ironic. There's a billboard on it. That's the reason that this lot is there. It is an odd thing, but the one thing that it can be used for, it's being used for. It's got a billboard on it. I'm not a billboard guy. I have no idea what that is. But it does mean that you're not having to pay somebody else some sort of fee for using their land. I kind of don't even know what to say about that. Really, maybe I don't care. I mean, it's $4,000. I mean, is it worth $4,000? I would say if it wasn't, and I owned that lot, I would probably just give it to that guy right there. Or sell it to him for $4,000, so that he doesn't have to drive across my land and get his house. I mean, I think he does.
Shift that line up and there.
Yeah, there may be something weird with that overlay, I'm not real sure if it is a driveway.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I mean, it's hard to tell. You can see the notch out. So now you have a question. This is a decent question to ask is this even right? You see how his fence goes?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm pretty trustworthy of fences. That's a nice fence that somebody put up. Is it really that? See that rectangle right there? When that grass is mowed right there? That might be the real thing we're talking about. It may not even be this triangle. In fact, the assumption at this point, I would assume that this is wrong and it's that. That's what I would assume. It's that right there. But I'm just making an assumption. That's I'm following a fence. I'm done.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Charles, you have a couple minutes if you want to ask any questions or any comments you have.
No, I'm not, I hear what y'all are saying. I'm not seeing what you're saying, of course, obviously.
Yeah.
About some fence or something like that. And is the neighbor behind me driving across?
Charlie,
property?
Charles, you should look at that map that we sent you. one day, not right now, and we can correct this if our map is wrong. But maybe you know, maybe you have somebody that knows, but it looks to me, if you follow the fence of the guy that owns the house, it looks to me like you don't own a triangular piece of land, that you own a rectangular piece of land. And that the map is wrong. That you simply own that postage stamp where you're, I could be wrong, I'm making it, I mean, I don't know. But
It's my understanding,
anyways, we can move on.
from everything that I have in my file on that piece of property, it's a pie shaped piece of property.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you. Is that it, right? I think we're all in agreement with last year's number.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm gonna go to last year's back.
Okay, Charles, I'm gonna make a motion on your property. Which is case ID 2022-306. Count 8820118, which is 2183 South Highway 35 bypass, and Aransas Pass. That, hearing from protest in the district, no confusion on exactly what this property is. Nonetheless, the ARB is going to roll back the currently noted value of $1,750. The last year's value of $2,370. Okay, did you get that? Last year's value.
Second.
I got it, and I got it, and thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. That closes that hearing. Charles, you understand the value now. Roll back. Okay, so now we're gonna commence the hearing on case ID 2022-308. Account number 62672. 1028 South Highway 35 bypass in Rockport. Would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first? District, please. Okay. All right, so let's check out there. 622.
Basically, that, yes.
For a billboard on this property, sir?
Yes, there is.
Oh, that must be it.
Okay, we're gonna, I think the board is of the same mind that we are going to propose rolling this back to last year's value. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes, it is, and thank you.
Okay.
I'll make a motion on case ID 2022-308, just count 62672. 103 Highway 35 Rockport. Market equity values, it's opinion of the ARB that would roll back the currently noted value of $16,250 to $7,880.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, Charles, so it's rolled back to last year, it's 7880. Any other questions?
No, and I certainly appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you.
Okay, that closes the hearing. Thank you, Charles.
Hi.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
Did she answer or do we not ask if this is an agent?
I don't know.
Somebody had all these cases. It's an open thing.
130.
130, they all have all the box check. Which is usually one person.
Yeah, usually.
Are we finished the entire 130,
The description is all the same, so.
How many are there? How many are there?
Probably.
Okay, so we had one agent at 1:30. They settled. So we got in a long one from Redford.
Okay.
Three.
I want to say one guy with multiple accounts.
Okay.
have we heard anything from him or we don't do that? That's supposed to be a personal, coming person, we don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea what he's gonna do.
All the 130s are settled.
Yeah.
Okey-dokey.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so see everybody at 3:00 and turn this.
I could live that. It kind of goes off by itself. If you want to keep on it, it'll give you an option to shut it down. You got to pull it down. You have an agent for this lady?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and he's here,
Mhm.
but we don't have an agent of record on file that knows him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And they brought emails from each of the children saying that they give them permission, but. Like I said, that's.
But then finding affidavit.
And
And so my question was, could he sign an affidavit next year?
it's not really the question of the affidavit, it's agent of record. They're representing,
Yeah.
they're representing. something.
That's what brought it to our attention because they both want to have the notarized affidavit here. And the right to speak, and that's why I'm.
Yeah, so now the question is, the affidavit is signed by.
Her, the agent form is
Right.
and her name.
Are they good? I know. That's what I was telling them.
I assume.
She wanted him to speak.
She's saying that she wants him to present
That's right.
everything.
They go good.
I don't know if she's gonna participate, I'm assuming they both want to do the affidavit when we're sitting here.
I hate to say it, all of that's about. Yeah.
The husband and wife, the wife is the agent, they both want to be able to speak and present.
Oh.
So I'm bringing it to.
And she's the only agent of record who signed the papers.
Yeah, she's the only one to file.
Oh.
Yes, that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I would say no. And they had,
They've had more time to do
they
it.
they can,
Okay.
Telling
If
me.
she wants to stay, she can.
well, she's the only.
No, she's going to, yeah.
But he has to stay out there.
She's the only one that can.
I'm gonna make sure I'm. reading.
3093.
Look at the images.
Here.
Little league ball game, fellas, please. I
Oh, on TV?
I left others to quick, I left my phone. Yeah,
Okay, there you
I
go.
know,
Yeah, it's on her.
Do you want water?
I was gonna do that.
I'll pour you some.
Thank you. Well, I went to the store and left me there with the pup.
Nice.
Which is now. I said, okay, I'll help you.
Yeah, Eamon just tried those grapes. He goes, they're amazing. I was like, I know.
They're good?
Mhm.
I'm not crazy about grapes. I like the grape byproduct. I don't like grapes.
You mean your wine?
Yes.
And see, I don't. I'm the opposite.
those from ATV.
Mhm. The cherries aren't so good.
They're not?
The cherries at Walmart are better.
Really?
They're darker. Mhm. Most of the ones at AGP are like this. So they're not really sweet, but they're pretty tart, but the grapes are amazing.
Make a good cherry pie.
I don't like tart grapes.
I don't know how to make cherry pie. Barbara wants a cherry pie for her birthday, and I'm like,
Go buy the.
Oh,
canned
HEB,
stuff.
HEB makes cherry.
yeah.
Tom loves cherry.
Go down to the other section, get the pie crust.
Exactly, there you go.
That's what I was thinking, like the refrigerated pie crust.
Or better than that, HEB makes cherry pies.
Hmm.
You know what John likes is Cheerio pies. It's called Cheerio. It's made with, I don't even know, he loves that. It's so sweet. It's, oh, yeah,
And what maybe it doesn't have a different crust, maybe
I think so. I
like
usually
the apple pie, the
like that.
fruitful kind of.
Ones that are. Charity, one.
Yeah. But the.
I think it's the milk cake.
Oh, I make those. Those are easy.
And just, oh, yeah. And I use cherry. I like peaches, but he likes cherry, so I'll use a can
So you got
of
a
cherry
3 sticks
jelly.
of butter in?
Well, no, you just one.
One.
Like, well, I don't know if you do the same thing I do, but what I do is I buy like maybe 2 or 3 of those apples and then buy that yellow cake mix
Mhm.
and pour it over the top and then just melt a stick of butter and you just cook it in the oven.
Yeah. If I can get-
Mhm.
That's not-
Well, he can weigh in on it, but
So you get a can of cherry filling, pie filling, just pour it in the bottom. Cake, the bottom of a pan, cake mix on top, melts, like a stick of butter, stick it in the oven and bake it.
It's so
$3.50 for like 45 minutes. It's so good. Yep.
It's a,
I'm not a baker.
Depression
recipe. That's easy to bake.
Were they bringing, like a USB key or anything?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I haven't gotten that far. I walked up when this was going on and I got into it, so. I don't know about evidence.
Yeah.
You can go check on that.
I
I'm
can look.
assuming
Look
either
right
way
here.
we do this, right?
If I can look and see if it's in
are we still on the same thing?
Yeah.
there yet.
Yeah,
For that one.
the agent of record.
I looked at this evidence for that one.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Good, so we're still on. I thought we had.
I'm gonna pull that out. They thought we have a chief.
So in relation to this next hearing, you've been brought some information associated with, you have a owner of record, you have an agent who's by the owner been given the authority, it's their parents, it's the mother. And you have an email indicating both can speak. Would you like the father, if the father wants to speak, he needs to have an authorized appointment of agent signed by one of the, either the son or the daughter?
Yeah, that was our thought.
Okay, okay. Just wanted to be clear.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
So the fact that they use the term agent of record is a little bit of a misnomer because it's really probably just one agent.
They're the parents of the property owner.
Yeah.
But he does have, she does have an appointment agent.
Yeah, but they don't own the
It's okay.
property, so they have to have that. Talk.
And normally if it's like a property owner or something,
Who is this?
you know, married
It
people. are
is
Legal entities, but not whenever you're hired.
John's, JAHN. So
So it's-
Carson,
Not that
John,
It's four properties, right?
yes, it is.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
and it just, it gets too
But
complicated.
it's different owners.
It is, yes.
Carson. John-
It's her, they're her kids, I believe. I think her name is Patty, I believe.
Wazinski,
I wonder if they have all four of those. Is it different?
Magdalene, Antonio. Magdalena, yes.
I can't pronounce it. Let's see.
Kwazinski. Kwazinski.
Oh, they're all.
Is it that fourth section? These are next to the,
By the rock.
they're next to the cemetery here.
You know where Glow was? There's a condo right behind that.
But they're not the ones that just got like.
No, it's a little beautiful. Beautiful condo.
Yeah.
There's the, there's the cemetery.
You go eyeballing to them, they're always been there and sort of ignoring exits.
Which street do you turn off of?
They're right here. This is what. Wait, it's all,
Yeah. So this is.
Remember we had the other day about this lot here because there's an cabin in front, yeah.
So who owns the cemetery?
This.
Who owns the cemetery?
Rockport.
Well, they own it, or I know there's a cemetery association.
and here's Little Babe.
My understanding is it's Rockport, but they have an association and have a
Yeah.
board,
Yeah, right.
because I bought 2 plots.
So,
I figured that what's gonna happen, I'll get around and.
the parents have given it to, or gifted it to the kids, so the owner of record are the kids. One of the children is coming up right now to sign an appointment of agent for the father to be able to speak.
All right.
The district is in agreement that you can wait, because they have signed in timely.
Yeah.
And so we can wait for that.
I have no problem with it.
Okay,
Do
thank
you have
you.
anybody else?
No, that's it. It's just, I believe it's just them.
I think so.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Nobody else is here, by the way.
Okay.
We might have another affidavit, but I wouldn't.
Some of these destroyed in the storm? You know?
They were badly damaged, but they weren't, I mean, there are people living in them again. In fact, it looked great the last time I.
No, but if you're wondering like where they were gone, that's why you don't remember them.
They repainted them, so they're much more visible now. They were a real plain color that just sort of faded.
Kind of beige blue.
Yeah.
There's somebody who used to live in there.
I knew someone who lived there too. Her name was, Jeannie.
Mm-hmm.
You remember Jeannie? She was.
Yeah, she was a good friend
Yeah,
of Joe's.
yes, she was. And she sold hers. And
Yeah,
then
she
she
was
moved to Colorado.
unrepaired. She just wanted out of there. She would spend her winters there and her summers. in Nebraska.
I thought it was Colorado.
Was it Colorado?
My son lived in
She went
Colorado.
back and forth between the two places.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't.
I've never been in them.
I haven't either.
I just knew her. She was real active in the chamber. That's where I met her. Are y'all familiar with Johnny Was? Johnny Was clothing. Love it.
What's the last name?
Was, Johnny Was. It's a lot of them, I have them.
Is it a WAS or
WAS, I broke down and bought them. $300.
For what?
For me, just.
I know,
Oh.
a top, if you wanted it.
For-
No, I don't need that.
Yeah,
It's for a top.
It's like a, yeah, top. Oh, it's gorgeous. I mean, it's got embroidery on the sleeves. I've worn it.
Are they all okay? Are they all?
Huh?
I hope so.
Yeah. And I thought, this is really on the trail. Which one you got pulled on?
This
But
bird.
he was not didn't see on the walls. You can't buy that much. Pay that much for clothes, that's crazy.
Yeah, that was just, one person's name.
I don't know. When does that guy season start?
There is another one.
Is it? I can't. remember.
And sometimes it doesn't print out all of them, so I just want to make sure. You know, that's just in that name.
We used to go to, we had seasons, they used to, my boys.
You want this?
Yeah, we would go.
Oh, here's that.
Yes.
It's just in, Italy.
I bought it.
Yeah.
I don't know, I had to get
And then
it.
I thought it was everything myself, frankly.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
He said one kid.
No, I said.
What do you want?
You're one, then.
Yeah, that's why I double checking.
Yeah, it is. But one's not gonna work. One will work for one case.
Yeah.
Down.
We should. You look like me.
Right. I told him.
Well, he may not, well, and he may be getting that information from you.
Thank you.
I think he a part of it, but it's just.
Yeah, after that, if you don't want, they're gonna have to do it again.
Precedent is part of the
Yeah.
board of consumer. Ma'am?
Just thought about it, I'm gonna have to change this probably because if we pull one of them, do both of them.
Oh, we pulling?
I'll just have y'all mark it out and I just do an affidavit just for that one.
That works.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're local, if these folks are local. Yeah, the problem is that the one child that is coming up here to sign a form is only on one of the properties. The other three are in different names, or the different children's names.
Do you get our original stuff?
Sorry,
Does the original stuff list all of them, or does it is there a separate signature for each one?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Because if we've
So
only
each of
got,
each of the protests is signed by Patty, who is the mother. And there is an agent of record form on file for her, for the 4 cases. So she could represent and do all 4. Okay? But they evidently want the father to be able to present evidence and talk and that type of thing. And they don't have any agent of record assignment forms for any of those 4 accounts. Okay. Now, one of the kids, at least one, lives here in town and is supposedly coming here to sign an agent of record form. But I think it's only going to work for one of the accounts.
So the
other
dad will
3
only be able to speak on one, and the
Maybe
mom will have to speak on all the other 3 if they can't get
It's
it.
probably, she lives on Front Street.
Now, I don't have,
Trotter.
do we
I
need
don't have,
to, do we need to point that out?
well, that's, tried to mention that to Mike. He was not,
Yeah.
it was not clear that he grasped what was going on with that. Or whether he's talking about that. If they wanted to reschedule this, I don't know.
I don't either. That may be a better way to go.
And the thing is, I don't know if these folks are from out of town.
Oh, no.
You know,
Yeah, you don't come.
One lives in Ronnie, one lives in Fort Worth. Yeah, no, that's not good. I do a lot. When I get bored.
I believe they have a house in Neptune Harbor. And they have condos in Sandra Bay. I mean, I want to say that they have a homestead on Front Street in Lamar. So the parents looks like if it's the same person.
It is.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
Well, how valid are these? If the pictures are all of the same thing, then how can we look at them in terms of each apartment? Yep, 304. It's a steep staircase. Well, no. Oh, no, these are 305.
So, you got a. Yeah, so the situation is two of the kids are here in town. Beth can keep me honest on the explanations I get on.
two of the kids are in town, they're assigning the stuff to deal with two of the accounts. The other two accounts are very similar, you know, you guys have already seen the evidence, looks like it's almost identical, it's identical for all of them. And on those other two accounts, it would just be the wife, just the mother that talks for those, okay?
Okay.
Um,
Sorry, go ahead.
that's all right.
All right, I was gonna ask, because I was thinking about it, with the affidavit. That she's gonna be doing all four, she can sign in for all four. I will mark on his, what two he's doing, and he'll just sign in for those two. That y'all can just sign in once if you want to. Is that easy for everybody?
Right,
I'm trying.
We also want to come back and play next year. We don't want to be in jail.
Gotcha, yeah. Because it's almost the weekend.
That too.
If we're gonna get in jail, we're gonna do it on Monday.
yeah, well, and I chatted with Beth about the single member panel thing, in the 10 o'clock session, and we'll get that nailed down Monday. Val will be back.
That will be back on Monday.
She feels
He
better.
will be back on Monday.
You laid down the law. And she said, yes, ma'am.
Yes, pretty much. No, she said she was ready to come back today, but she keeps testing positive, but she's gotten the green light from her doctor, but Mike said he wants her to test negative before she comes back, so.
I can understand that.
We probably go. It'll happen probably in the morning.
That's what I'm hoping, so hopefully this weekend she'll be.
I would just take her vitamins.
She's probably doing this.
Mm-hmm, you know, she is. Mm-hmm.
How many times have you called her?
Her used to be that. Because when I'm not here, I don't.
I think Beth is going nuts. I'll be out. Yeah, I know, it's a lot of.
It's a good thing it slowed down.
Right, Damon being kind of the.
I noticed he doesn't rap for that one very often anymore.
I can do that too. There. Did you even undo it?
Yeah.
Okay. Just happened.
First, you gotta get it apart, right?
Just figuring out how it works. You'll have it.
You're ready, I feel like you're gonna break.
Yeah, I know. The first time you open it, it's.
It's pretty sturdy.
Yeah, a couple other reviews, there was at least one person that griped about stuff going apart and stuff, but he must have given it to Iro or something like that. Yeah.
Or the dog. Except when it opened up in its mouth.
You don't want to be.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Remember, like Civil War with it. It's always.
I got this really, the trailer dog had turned me on to these. They're, come in two sizes, one's about this big and then there's the smaller ones, but they're like, they're balls, but they're open weave and they're rubber. And I can throw it for it, you catch it. You can stick your fingers between the splash and the, things in there and play by war. You know what it's good for? It's good for teaching her to leave it. Play with it and play total war. We're working with leave it. And so she will leave it now because she don't have to. Great tool. He throws it around and catches it. Those wrong, I'm looking for some new toys for him. Couldn't find him. She took it off in 3 seconds.
Yeah, we've only got one cat, one of our 9 cats that lives inside. And she just destroys cat toys. And you find them under the couch.
Oh,
and the
yeah,
chair and stuff and balls. The eyes are gone, the tail is gone. It's like,
I think the dog has ears, arms, legs, whatever, because she tears them all.
She tears them all.
Then gets all the stuff in them.
she hasn't gotten up to furniture. and she-
Oh, yeah, love pillows. Oh, it's great. She gets 3 chances. I'll read it 3 times and she doesn't stop. So,
Mhm.
People work with me.
Waiting for signatures.
Yeah.
Discussion.
I'm gonna go out and get my cards.
Oh, I thought you were playing.
No, I
Movie
just,
star.
these are,
Are those prescriptions?
yeah, they're just light enough that I forget that I got them on when I get out of the car and a couple of times I've been someplace and you've got it, Joe, if you're thing. So don't start without me.
If y'all want to know, the ones that they're both gonna be on is 30994 and 30995. Okay, I think there's notary. Notary book.
So the both things.
What's wearing for all 4? The wife is wearing for all 4. and his wearing for 4. So consequently, Jackie, I think we're going to start with 30994.
Okay,
They're all-
30994.
Yeah.
Okay,
And then we'll do 30995, and then we'll do 2 and 2.
We have
I'm doing the one that's got both of them first, the 2 that have both of them.
You're not gonna let them pick, right? You're just gonna put, you're gonna say we're gonna do 4 first and then 5.
I'll ask, but I think since all of
Well, I
the,
don't need to start doing anything, because if you do that and they change their mind, then I have to delete everything. I just put in.
we're gonna make the decision.
yeah, that's fine. We're gonna do 99,
And then 4 first.
yes.
Okay.
So we can keep it straight.
Yeah, and as I understand too, the evidence on all of them is the same. So
Okay.
I don't think we got all of that.
You ready?
Yes, ma'am. It's like a new phone. Look at box, look at like the box. Comes without breakers. It's like, if you're.
It's very neat on the inside, right?
Okay, so do you hear me? I said his.
Yeah, we're gonna
do
start with
first.
9.4 and then we're gonna go to 9.5.
Were there comments?
On protest form is it?
Right, at the head of the table.
So.
So,
Over here. How are you?
we're over together.
Or all of y'all? All y'all.
So you just
How you?
me or? No. Okay, guys. Okay.
I give you a piece of
And
cake.
those three, so feet.
Yeah, I have a bunch of administrative stuff to run through. You'll get to listen to me talk for a minute or two. And then we'll get into the swearing in ceremony that we're gonna have. And then we'll get into the specifics of the hearings. Okay, so we're gonna commence a series of 4 hearings. I'll announce each one by case ID and account as we go into them. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And we need to verify exactly what's on the protest if you check others. And there are some comments, but we need to know, I'm assuming based on the comments, that you're protesting value. Correct. Market value and equity value. There's no condition of humans yet. Okay. Okay, so we have Q1, Q3, market and equity under protest. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So the 5 of us around the table here are the ARB. And Burke at the end of the table is the representative from the district, and Beth and Jackie at the back are helping with technology and other items as we need. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey form regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the form that's available here on the table. There we go, down at the end there. And you'll also receive a copy in the determination package that will be mailed to you after the hearing and documents the results of the hearings. You can also take it online, and information about doing that is included at the top of the form. The survey is entirely voluntary. However, we always appreciate any feedback you might have. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. As we have a set of evidence which has been duplicated across all 4 accounts. You have submitted all the evidence or all the evidence that you're going to be referencing during the hearing. Is that correct?
They're identical units, so it's one packet.
Okay, fine. That's okay. So the ARB members who are considering a protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it pertains to case ID 2022-1945, 47, 48, and 1950.
I have Hoffman, who solemnly swear that I am not communicating with a person in violation of tax code 41.60 F and omission in case IDs 2022-1945, 1947, 1948, and 1950.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F related to case number 2022, 1945, 1947, 1948, and 1950.
Ron can do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F related to case ID number 2022-1945, 47, 48, and 1950.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F in reference to case numbers 1945, 1947, 1948, and 1950.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So let's do you Patty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Patty, let's do you first, since we have all four cases that you're going to be swearing in for. Beth will help you do that.
Just read the statement at first with I do out loud, please, and state your name.
I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Patty John.
Okay, and then on the second page, it has the listing of the case numbers. If you can read those out loud, please.
Case number 1945, 1947, 1948, 1950.
If you want to keep that second page again. And then, sir, on yours is a little bit different. You're just going to be referencing those two case numbers, but the same thing. We just read out loud that statement and state your name.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. The case numbers we're looking at is 1945.
Actually,
Yours
yours
is 1947.
Yeah, these that are not crossed
Okay,
out.
1947 and 1950. There we go. That's fine.
Councilman Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Or council. Our case number is 1945, 47, 48, and 1960.
Okay, and I didn't catch it. First here. Okay. I need to ask both of you whether either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board.
No.
Here. Underneath the survey form is a chart that represents, it has the hearing procedure times. It's also up there on the wall, if you need to reference it. How we're going to run the hearing day, the hearings. It takes one of two forms. Either you can present first or you can have the appraisal district present first. You each have equal amounts of time, regardless of who presents first. But you get to make the choice of who presents first.
Last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do each of the four cases we have the same numbers of time, or do we have one set of time?
Well, we can kind of play that by ear. Yeah. In the purest sense, each one would have the same amount.
Okay.
Okay. And we run each hearing separately. But because the evidence is the same on all of them, it's probably a bit redundant to go through the same evidence,
I
four
agree. I
times.
just thought it might
I'll
help
leave
us
that to
pay
you
for
guys
stuff.
because I think once you see what we're going to present, I mean, these are absolute identical units. Same width, same length, same height, same condition. So I think, and then if you guys say we can do it on that, because they're literally identical.
Okay. Right, and I see they're all appraised identically as well. So. Okay, in either case, you still get to choose whether or not you're going to present first or whether you would like the district to go first.
I think we did it last time. I mean, I know the process and I know the guy, all your time is valuable and they've spent their time. It's just, I think if we present what we have, it's pretty common sense, go very much with the approach. So we go first and then I can speed things up even more. That's fine. So we did last time.
Okay, so if you want to start, you have 5 minutes right now. And you can find it.
All right. The unit, I mean, the packet, they're all identical. So
Yeah, and they're displaying it up here on the wall too, but you're welcome to go in.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and get it free.
I don't know.
That's okay. 30994,
Okay. That's what I got.
you said. Come on. Speeding for sneakers. You got one of those.
Okay, yeah, and then I just flip it straight up, I just go to. This one goes quick, those are the four, they're all in a row, this building is 200. They're different unit numbers, obviously, but their apartment numbers are 301 to 305. Now, the ones I'm looking at, I don't know which one I'm on now.
Yeah, we're on 302, I think.
All five of those are identical. It's all the other buildings are 2-story. This is the only one and a half story. And without a garage, and there's 5 units in there, which we have 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oops, we're gonna go to the next page. Does it go sideways?
Counter behind you. No, this isn't. You don't control it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you
I took too many things to play with.
I'm following along with you, so if you just look up there. Okay, I got it. No, you're fine.
There you go. So this is a picture of the building, and this is on the website. You can see the differences. On the left, you see the 2-story. This is the 1.5 story, the garage and carport. They're 12 feet wide, 34 feet, 32 feet deep, with a little loft inside. That's where the 4.5 comes from. So the 1.5 story, there's no cars, no garage, and there's 5 units, of which 301's on the right-hand side, and we have the other 4. You go to the next one now. This is what we're looking at here. This is apartment 302. You can see the walls, it's cinder block walls. She's just looking at.
Well, I was trying, I thought it was quicker, but it wasn't, sorry.
Well, you can see the front door right there. This is the whole building, the upstairs or downstairs, there's a loft there, and you'll see some, a little bit more. Right now, as I said, we'll be getting to it. We got the roof repaired, the new windows were put in, and the front wall was repaired. There's no floor yet, no mezzanine, no interior walls at all. It's a bigger time. If you go to the next one, which is 303, should be this one. There. Same thing here. It's all, we've got stuff stored in there now. It's supposed to be used as once we get our electricity up and running. So that's the next one. And 304, they're all identical. And you can see part of the stairs is starting to be there. There's no walls in yet. It's a little easier on these if you want me to pass them around.
No, we got them.
It's a little clear. And then the next one, this is probably the most finished. It's got this, we were stealing electricity from the guy next door, and we were working on that for a while. And we worked at Aransas because we had no electricity. The next slide on page number 7. I mean, this is where we've been negotiating with the board. We literally have no electricity in any of those 4 buildings as we speak, nor is there any functioning plumbing. And we've been negotiating back and forth. We've had, you'll see in the comps, we've had entire buildings got rebuilt. They were under insured. We had to go get SBA loans, but the association had no money. So the basic thing on the electricity was we've been negotiating back and forth. As far back, we finally got official letters in 2020, but it started in 2018 trying to get these things going. And then if you would go back to these 2 here, we just now got these boxes finally approved. It's page 10. There you go. That's all of them now. They finally we had no main power. And again, in the condo, they own all the stuff. They have to pay for it. They got to put it in. You can see though, we don't even have breakers in yet. That was done within the last 30 days. Now we got to negotiate, try to get a construction board in there somewhere that we can and get it inspected. So that's the condition of the units. The next pieces are going to be the comps. This one, apartment number 501, you can see where it says new, and 104 where it says rebuild. 501 was a total new construction. That's the one where Jim Cantori we were watching from San Antonio. Jim Cantori was standing on our dumpster and looking at the building. It was gone. That one was completely rebuilt. 501 is a brand new building, slabbed the roof, interior sprinkler system, the whole 9 yards. This would set us back $300,000 extra. That's why the association is money. So that's a bigger apartment and it's all brand new with garages and stuff. You can see the two-story building itself. 104 is the one on the right. And those, again, that roof was completely peeled back. The tornado went right through it before it went and took out the gym here at the school. So 104, and that whole building went all of 100, 200, 400, 500. We had some of the least damage on our roof, but our roof was replaced. Those were completely rebuilt, and all of them have been inside and out. It's a long story why ours wasn't, and we, not going to sue the association, but we're working with them to try to get it done because I had 12 buildings down, and if I sue, I pay for 1/8 of all the penny. Nobody wins except the lawyer. So I'm being patient with them.
With all the work to be done by the association.
No, we're gonna have, they're going to have to.
We've made agreements to do.
We've said if you'll just get us the electricity in the back, we'll finish the thing. So we've been working with, it, like I said, it doesn't do anything to see. If our next comps are building 400, now 400's been rebuilt twice, 15, I've had these buildings for 17 years. 15 years ago, 4 caught fire. You go to page 13, there were 4 too. This building here caught fire and most of it was all rebuilt one time. Then the hurricane took out the rest of it again. So they're all brand new too. Again, all of these are 2-story, larger square footage with garages and whatnot, parking. Now, the next column's on page 14. This is the kind of weird thing. Somehow the computer kicked out, we're our own comps. So it went up on one, and then when it went up, it went from, we were at 15 after the hurricane in 2018. I'll get to that in a minute. But then we were at 29. So it kicked everyone up to 65, 650. And it did it for 302, and then it said, well, if 302 is at 65, 303 should be at 65. It just went on all 4 of them. So the comps on the next 2 pages are our own buildings that are, you just saw pictures of. So that's the 5 comps that are there. Now, on page 16, here's what I don't understand. Apartment 301 is the one right next to us in our own building. It's the one I told you was able to rebuild back. They gave them power. The reason they got power is the outside box is on the wall where they are. So they just went through the building. They did the same thing we did, started doing their own work. So it got back up and running several years ago. We were out of code with the electrical. That's the biggest issue we have is, I don't know if you guys understand 3-strand versus 4-strand on main lines. It's carried the load through there. So if you don't have the right load, when you start a fire. So the electricians are saying, we're not touching anything to you upgrade the main line. That's what started this whole thing. Since he was right there, he didn't have to go any distance and he did it himself. And we weren't going in there, so we kept that village supposed to do all of our shit get on back lines. However, we had an electrical fire about right in 2019, right at the beginning of 2020. The whole thing caught fire. Thank goodness the renter in one was there. So ADP came out, cut the lines and everything. So that's that whole electrical piece. Now, but they're up and running. And 301 is it's identical, and it went from last year. Let's see, if you'll go to the next one on 17. 301 was at 57,230 last year, and they took them down $580 to 56. And they did that with most of our units in the complex have gone down up to about a 50% somewhere here and there. We get a market condition except whatever. So this is 301. I'm saying 301 is at 56, which is about $8,800 less than we got bought. Now, if you look at page 18, the next one, these are all the same. 301. Thank you. There's the 4 years we were after the hurricane. We've gone up to 4,400, but the place was operating. Now then, after the hurricane, when it got gutted, we went down to 15,010. Then we went down to 14,780, and that's really more than market because after the hurricane, people weren't coming to buy because the market went down. And then they got our roof on and everything. When it went to 29,370, I didn't say anything. We still owned them personally, or I give them to the kids. And I said, okay, we got the roof on, we got windows in, we got the front wall replaced and new doors and stuff. And I said, okay. Didn't challenge anything the last 2 years. And then you see this year it went up. You go to the next one. My last piece there. It went up 36,170 or 123% increase in a building I can't even get into either. I feel like I can start working on it here as soon as we get electricity. And so in looking at the four, what we asked when we did the challenge, all we asked was leave us at 29. We got 12 buildings now. We finally got our own house in the last couple of months. And I'm saying, I don't even know if I can get to these right now. And then I've got other buildings down in other places. And the market is such that the cost of the going in there, by the time I finally get somebody to do the electric, so we can get some electric on, so we can actually start some construction, is gonna be crazy. So our appeal on all four of these, I'll just say 302, all identical, is just to leave them alone right now. We doubled the price on them. I couldn't even sell them, I don't think. And it's worth keeping them and trying to get them done. Trying to keep the boys with something anchored here so they have something to come back to Rockport and they don't run away. If they get to the big city, they think it's so great to get married. So that was my feeling. And that's why we kind of asked them both of us to get in here. This Kaczynski, the widow, I gifted it to her. First one, because I gave it to her son, but he's in the priesthood, so he's not that. So it's gonna be Magnus. We plan to get these back. When they get back, they'll probably be worth 65, but we just gotta, it's gonna be a while. We gotta put the walls in, plumbing, the electrical, air conditioning. And they're not gonna be able to help us. They're not gonna do a darn thing. I could sue them, but by the time we get the money, we do that, it's 2.5, 3 years later. And you spend as much money doing that as you do finishing out. So we're working on some negotiation in my time and whatnot, and I get much hard on the HOA. But
So your time is up at the moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Aiming at 7 minutes and get some more time.
thank you for your time.
Yeah, our, the valuation for these hasn't been 100% complete. They're obviously not 100% complete. Last year, the value was 50% good of the improvements, is what it was. The neighborhood adjustment changed in protocol this year a bit, but not enough to, basically they were 29 and change last year. This year, if it was 50%, they'd be 36. That's not enough of a difference in value to move it between categories. So we're looking at something that's not for sale, it's not going to get bought, it's construction project. So yeah, I mean, it needs to be adjusted, and it would be fine. You can put it back to last year's value, it'd be fine. If you put it 50%, it'd be fine.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I'm good with that. I'm good at last year. Based on what you've shown us.
Okay, we're gonna make a motion on this particular one, and then we'll talk about buzzing through the other three. Okay,
I can buzz. I just can't do the other.
that's okay.
May not need.
Did he address both of them?
No,
In his-
no,
He just did one.
right, but they all.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Probably buzz next three.
Okay, make a motion on case ID 2022-1947, 30994, which is protocol condominiums in 18. Anyway, after listening to the protester agent. ARB opinion that the current value of 65,540 can be worth the net value of 21,370.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. Now, here's what I'm going to propose. I'm going to open a hearing on each one individually. We will probably, if that value is readable to you on all and the other three, then we'll make a motion immediately on each one individually. Okay, is that all right? Okay, fine. Then we should be able to go through all the administrative stuff we got to do in terms of
calling things out and opening hearings and whatever, and get through this relatively quick. Okay, so that closed that hearing. We're gonna open a hearing on case ID 2022-1950, account number 30995. And according to discussions with the district and the property owner, we're gonna roll that back to last year's value, and I'll let you make a motion on that.
2022-1950, account 30995. Discussion regarding value of property. ARB is obtaining the current number value of 61,540 roll back last year's value.
Oops, that's not it.
Mm-mm.
Wait a minute.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. We'll open the hearing on case ID 2022-1945. I'm sorry, let's do it the other way. Case ID 2022-1948, account number 30992. And I'll let you just go ahead and make a motion on that.
All right, case ID 2022-1952, protocol coming in, 16. After discussion with the purpose and ARB is continuing to roll back last year's value of 65,540 to 29,370.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. We'll be a hearing on case ID 2022-1945, account number 30993.
Okay, motion on case item 2022-1925 and 30993. Order of condominium 17. The other units, ARB is going to roll back this year's value of 65,540 to 29,370 last year's value.
Well, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that closes that hearing. I think we are done. Sorry it took us a while to get rolling, but,
Sorry, that's a while to get rolling.
no, that's quite all right.
I'm the table strapping, but I'm not the inventory.
No worries.
Here's a survey.
Y'all get good marks
I'm
today.
putting those surveys. Not
She
that it
gets
matters
a nickel for each one.
on which.
Yeah. 10 cents. is good. Okay, I think we're all done.
I say thank you for your time. You guys put in a lot of this stuff. And it's boring and.
No, it's interesting. It's not boring.
It's never boring. It's still.
Every day it changes. All right, and you'll receive a determination package in the mail, here in the next few days.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, welcome.
Hope your dad will be living in person next year. Thank you for it.
Yeah. At the channel all day long. You got it. There you go. Oh, yeah.
Y'all have a good day.
Bye-bye.
I think that's it.
She said something about a letter. No, maybe I misunderstood.
A letter or something? No. Yeah, let's make sure that we have them.
We still want to go home.
Back a minute. He's got to finish up that now. And it's long to.
You get fired for that. You get fired for that.
You're lately, yes.
No, how?
Been a mixture. I think we had a house. Well, we had a grass fire that went under a house.
Oh, yeah, that was in Holiday Beach.
We had several down at A1 Hill Road down off the bypass. And then, helping for the school. We all help them. Tonight, the bridge at Key Lake is closing at midnight.
Because,
They're doing work on it. They're closing the bridge, so we have to stage a fire truck pumper with 3 men on the other side. 11:45 to 3 a.m. if it works so good.
y'all at Lamar's doing
Mhm.
it?
Yeah.
Okay. Call for vote, so I'll let-
I move that we adjourn.
I'll second. Anybody opposed? Okay, so we are adjourned. We'll see you on Monday.
Oh, that's right. What you been?
I'll give you the roll. Thank you. You're so nice. Yeah.
You're so kind to us. You want, yeah. Oh, and he keeps
Yeah.
that. Oh, you're going to take this.
Oh, that's yours.
Can't get rid of that. When he, does it, when Kathy's not here.
Have a good weekend. See you all. All right.
Okay, bye-bye. You have no more fires. Hate going to stay. When I print stuff out, I would stick it back in, you know, but I mean, I can't, it's.
Yeah.
profit.
When I was doing that presentation at the beginning of the year, I asked to get copies, or,
Yeah.
copies for each of you guys.